Chapter 1909. After interacting with Du Xiaofu for so long, Mo Tianxiao could more or less guess why Du Xiaofu had let Yelu Han go. Most likely, the Demon King was fond of Yelu Han and wanted to recruit him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such arrangements. Thus, Mo Tianxiao had just spoken, hoping to add fuel to the fire and make Yelu Han choose to join the desolate nation in this time of crisis. With the golden-winged great rocks present, Han Ke Yao, Long Ming, and the others wouldn't be able to do anything today. Mo Tianxiao, will settle our debts in the future. I'm not done with you. But Mo Tianxiao's plan didn't go as he wished. Yelu Han didn't seem to appreciate his kindness. He turned around and fiercely shouted at Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianxiao. To Yelu Han, this was clearly Mo Tianxiao stabbing him in the back. Not to mention, he wouldn't be willing to join the desolate nation even if he was beaten to death. Back then, he had been ruthlessly ravaged by Du Xiaofu and had been forced to hide like a stray dog. This was a deep-seated hatred. Not to mention, he was Yelu Han. He had his own pride and had his own ancient sect. How could he join the desolate nation? If you want to fight, then come. I'll take it all. Let's see if you can really kill me. Yelu Han raised his head and looked at Han Ke Yao and Long Ming. He wouldn't explain any further because he was Yelu Han, a supreme being. In his generation, the number of peers who could make him respect them could be counted on one hand. And those who could make him regard them as important couldn't be more than two. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han, this name was his pride and arrogance. Boom! When these words fell, Yelu Han's sharp eyes opened and closed. The wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed color. At the same time, Yelu Han's eyes lit up, as if they contained two seas of blood. A terrifying light shot out and a majestic sea of baleful aura appeared around him. It was filled with runes, revealing a dazzling light that shook one's soul. This aura surged, shaking the entire area. Jielo Jueyu, Su Yangzi, Yelu Han, Heng Luan, Mo Tianxiao, and the others were all moved. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han's talent was definitely not below theirs. He was a Nirvana supreme being. What a strong baleful aura. What a strong strength. Demon Yelu Han is very frightening. Compared to Qin Wudi of legalism and Gongsun Wuji of the school of vertical and horizontal, he is absolutely on par. Yi Lui Han was an extremely strong Zun cultivator. There weren't many Zun cultivators in the world who could compete with him. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Han Ke suddenly spoke with a gloomy expression. His voice was loud and clear and shook the void. At this moment, Yelu Han didn't want the desolate country to interfere, which was exactly what Han Ke wanted. He didn't want to create more problems and miss out on such an opportunity. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from Han Ke's body. Dazzling runes filled the sky as if a god was descending to the world. A fist imprint accompanied by a powerful force directly smashed down. This fist imbued with the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Han Ke's cultivation level wasn't ordinary. Yelu Han didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, his baleful aura soared to the sky. He didn't hold back at all. Faint cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. A vast power surged out and collided with Han Ke's fist. Boom! Boom! There was a muffled sound as the void exploded. Multicolored light bloomed like fireworks. The surrounding streets cracked, ancient walls collapsed, and buildings were destroyed. Boom! Boom! Yelu Han retreated on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded. He was secretly surprised. What a strange baleful aura. In the air, Han Ke's body trembled as she retreated. The baleful chi from Yelu Han was extremely terrifying, able to invade both the body and the primordial spirit. For those at the same cultivation level, just the baleful chi alone was enough to cause them to suffer. Prepare to die. Long Ming interfered, following closely behind Han Kao as he lunged towards Yelu Han. Everywhere he passed by, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A violent surge of energy swept out in all directions as he punched out. Resplendent golden runes flickered in front of his fist, transforming into the phantom of a gigantic dragon. Roar! The dragon roared. Wherever the dragon phantom passed, space distorted to the point of collapse. Faint traces of pitch-black light could be seen as it instantly arrived in front of Yelu Han. Humph! Yelu Han snorted. His billowing baleful aura intensified, distorting space as if it could affect the stability of space. Under this baleful aura, space trembled as if on the verge of collapse. At the same time, the heavenly fiend Yelu Han's body was also covered in layers of dark red talisman runes that seemed to be releasing endless fiendish energy. Without any hesitation, facing the combined forces of Han Ke and the dragon's Long Ming, Yelu Han activated his martial vein. His face became ferocious and baleful aura entered his body. He was like a demon, incomparably terrifying. What a terrifying baleful aura! Humph! This baleful aura caused space to tremble. That baleful aura caused Mo Qingrong, Heng Luan, Su Yangzi, and the others' scalps to tingle. Roar! With a shake of his arm, Yelu Han's hand seals condensed like lightning. Killing intent billowed out, covering the void. It transformed into a ferocious beast that cut through the void and collided with Long Ming's dragon shadow. Rumble! This collision brought about a destructive force. Baleful aura surged and dragon's might bloomed. It swept out in all directions, razing the surrounding area to the ground and turning it into ruins. Many living beings retreated. Mo Tianxiao, Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, and the others had no choice but to retreat far away from the shockwaves. Even the dragons and legalists, with the exception of Han Kuoying and Long Ming, had all retreated. No one else had the strength to participate in this kind of battle. Master Domain, Reincarnation Nirvana. As the crowd retreated, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. As the three of them attacked, nothing could escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Han Ke was at the Master Domain. Although he couldn't compare to Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, who were at the peak of the Master Domain, he was still at the Master Domain. As for Long Ming, who was at the half-step Nirvana stage, he was at the Reincarnation Nirvana stage. He seemed to have stepped into it not long ago as his aura wasn't very stable. One was at the Master Domain, while the other was at the Reincarnation Nirvana stage. Moreover, they were both from the legalism and the dragons. Du Xiaofu began to worry for Yelu Han. Du Xiaofu knew exactly how strong Yelu Han was. Half-step Nirvana stage. However, Yelu Han's cultivation couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. He had surpassed the Nirvana stage, but had yet to truly enter the Reincarnation Nirvana stage. However, Yelu Han hadn't been at a disadvantage just now and had directly resisted Long Ming's attack. As a half-step Nirvana stage cultivator, he had directly resisted Long Ming's true Reincarnation stage cultivation. This was enough to prove that if they were at the same level, Yelu Han would have a complete victory. However, there was also the legalism's Han Ke, who was at the Master Domain. This caused Yelu Han's gaze to turn serious. Let's finish this quickly. Han Ke attacked again. He didn't linger for long. As the runes in the sky surged, they transformed into a dazzling giant palm. Boundless energy rumbled in the distorted space, carrying with it a terrifying momentum as it enveloped Yelu Han. This palm imprint was too terrifying. It descended from the sky, and as the wind and clouds surged, the small city began to collapse. The ground outside the city began to crack, and the surrounding creatures all trembled. They felt insignificant, and were shaken by this. This move again. It's still not enough. This was Yelu Han's reply. He seemed to have already fought with Han Ke and understood some of Han Ke's techniques. Yelu Han attacked with his full strength. Surging murderous aura accompanied by the power of his martial veins instantly turned into a storm of murderous aura, causing pitch-black cracks to appear around him. It tore the space apart and blocked Han Kei's palm. A terrifying vortex of murderous aura surged, capable of shaking one's Yuan spirit and invading one's physical body. Its power was enough to tear the sky apart. Bang bang bang, the murderous aura soared into the sky, devouring everything. Everything exploded and collapsed. Dust filled the sky as murderous aura surged in the air. At this moment, Yelu Han's half-step nirvana stage cultivation surged out. He forcefully blocked Han Kei's palm with a destructive force. Han Ju's gaze was gloomy. He was at the Overlord realm, yet he was actually unable to completely suppress Yelu Han. This terrifying baleful aura was simply too strange and terrifying. He had to divide his attention to deal with the effects of the baleful aura, and his hands and feet were tied. This Yelu Han is really strong. At this moment, the elders of the great golden-winged Peng bird clan secretly praised. A half-step nirvana stage cultivator resisting Han Kei's master domain cultivation was definitely powerful. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A dark golden dragon appeared in the sky. Its head couldn't be seen with a single glance. The dragon's scales shone brightly and its might was impressive. The dragon's might swept through the sky, vast and terrifying. The space around the dragon's enormous body was also distorted. This was Long Ming's true body. The enormous dragon's body was as fast as lightning. As the dragon swooped down, its aura erupted and shook the surroundings. Roar! Long Ming roared. His dragon's eyes rippled with dense coldness. The dragon's might was intimidating. His enormous dragon tail swung, causing the space to explode and shatter, revealing a long space crack. He ruthlessly smashed towards Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex was barely resisting Han Kei's attack. A crack immediately appeared on it. Break! A dragon claw reached out. Dragon runes rushed out and runes soared into the sky. The dragon raised its head, ferocious and terrifying. Another crack appeared on Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. Sizzle! Under such an attack, Han Kei's terrifying hand seal completely destroyed Yelu Han's murderous aura vortex. The murderous aura shattered and rushed into the sky. Sizzle! Han Kei's figure directly appeared in front of Yelu Han. A hand seal slammed towards Yelu Han's chest. Yelu Han's expression changed. He retreated in a strange manner. His body seemed to be about to turn into murderous aura and become illusory. However, Yelu Han was a step too slow. Han Kei's hand seal avoided his chest, but it still landed on his shoulder. Immediately, a muffled sound rang out. Chapter 1910. Bang! Bang! Yelu Han spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a cannon, he smashed into the broken city wall below, sending rubble flying everywhere. The ground rumbled and cracked. Yi Lui Han seems to have been injured. Someone noticed. Someone saw some clues. Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han was already injured, and now he was being attacked by Han Juing and Long Ming. Today, he was probably doomed. Trying to escape again. Bang! Just as Yelu Han's body was about to crash into the ground, Han Kei shouted coldly and waved his hand. Energy runes shone brightly and turned into a sharp energy sword that slashed towards the ground not far away. Crack! Bang! The ground cracked and trembled. A huge gully appeared, as if an earthquake had occurred. Bang! Bang! A figure rushed out with a baleful aura. It was Yelu Han. He wanted to use this chance to escape, but Han Ju was on guard and didn't succeed. Roar! Long Ming's body circled in the air. Han Ju's robes fluttered as he stood in the air, facing Long Ming. They surrounded Yelu Han, one from the front and one from the back. Yelu Han stood in the air, his eyes cold as he stared at Han Ju and Long Ming. He waved his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. Mo Tian Zhao's gaze wavered. He didn't want to see Yelu Han forced to this point. He wanted to lend him a hand, but Yelu Han didn't seem to appreciate it. Clenching his fists, Mo Tian Zhao pondered whether or not he should just stand by and watch. After all, he had once allied with Yelu Han. Yelu Han, you have nowhere to run today. You dare to touch my legalism. You're dead. Bang! Han Ju's expression was cold, killing intent surging in his eyes. Come on, I'll accompany you to the end. Bang! Yelu Han shouted. The seriousness on his face was gone, replaced by malevolence. The baleful aura around him dimmed. What do you have to fight us? With your last bloodline soul? Long Ming coldly sneered. He knew that Yelu Han still had his last meridian spirit. It was a sea of baleful qi, extraordinary. Yelu Han was also an earth meridian spirit. Try it and you'll know. Sha Yelu Han shouted coldly. Long Ming and Han Ke started to close in on Yilui Han, one from the front and one from the back. They're really shameless. 2 against 1, and yet they talk about it in such a dignified manner. Legalism and dragons. Have they become accustomed to being shameless? Suddenly, just as the atmosphere was incomparably tense and was about to erupt again, such a faint voice reverberated in the surroundings without any warning. Everyone froze, looking for the person who spoke. Who dared to provoke the dragons and legalism? Han Ke-ying and Long Ming, who were just about to attack, paused when they heard these words. Their eyes were very gloomy. Who is being impudent? Get out here. Get out. Among the disciples of the legalism elders who had retreated, an old man shouted furiously. This was clearly a slap to the faces of legalism and dragons. Do all legalism people know how to get out? Why don't you try? I'll learn from you. Get out. As soon as the voice fell, a man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing a clean gray robe, and although he couldn't be considered handsome, he was still very pleasing to the eye. He had shoulder-length purple hair that added to his heroic spirit. His eyes glowed, and he gave off an invisible aura that couldn't be underestimated. Such a person didn't hide or show off, so he didn't attract much attention in the heavenly devil battlefield. You're tired of living. Get out. The old man from the school of legalism did not want to say anything else. He did not hide his killing intent at all, and with a shake of his arm, a stream of energy shot through the air from his palm. It seemed to tear through space as it shot towards the purple-haired man. He wanted to kill him on the spot. Bang! Bang! The energy beam hit the ground, and the surrounding void exploded. Many people who couldn't retreat in time were affected by the unexpected disaster and exploded into a bloody mist. There were also people who were heavily injured. They were terrified, but didn't dare to speak out. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Humph. The legalism elder who had attacked coldly said. He didn't care about the people who had been injured by the unexpected disaster. Is that so? You really can't even withstand a single blow. Humph. Suddenly, such a voice sounded in the ears of the legalism elder who had just attacked. As the voice sounded, an invisible claw directly grabbed his head. Bang! Before the last word could be heard, the legalism elder, who was quite strong, had his head twisted off and turned into a bloody mist with a muffled bang. Fierce killing intent, ruthless and cruel. Such a scene was extremely shocking. Bang, 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 at the same time, the legalism elders and experts around the legalism elder all had fear in their eyes. Their pupils contracted. They didn't know what was going on. They only felt a terrifying Yuan spirit attack in their Naiwan palace. The void distorted, and the fear of death climbed into the depths of their souls. In the end, their bodies shattered one after another in the void, like a bloody firework, and their souls were destroyed. Pucci, only a few legalism experts and elders managed to escape, but they vomited blood and were heavily injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Do the legalism really think that you're invincible? You should know that there are people in this world that you can't afford to offend. This is the price for daring to attack me. As the voice sounded, the purple-haired man who had just disappeared appeared in the void. His expression was calm, and he killed many legalism elders and experts in an instant as if nothing had happened. This is an expert, a terrifying expert. Is it an expert from the older generation, or is it a nameless young sovereign? Gulp, gulp, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that such a man would be such a terrifying expert. The most shocking part was that even one of the 9 great clans, the school of legalism, didn't take the violet-haired man seriously. He was fierce and murderous, and as soon as he attacked, the school of legalism paid a heavy price in blood. At this moment, all eyes were on the purple-haired man. Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Guanyu, Su Yangzi, Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianshao, Little Tiger Du, Heng Luan, and the others were all secretly shocked. At this moment, even Yelu Han was astonished. He looked at the purple-haired man with surprise. He didn't think that there would be someone who dared to attack the legalism at this time. And this violet-haired young man was none other than Du Xiaofu's disguise technique. Based on the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Du Xiaofu decided to act. If not, Yelu Han's fate would be sealed. No matter who you are, die. But it was only for a moment. Han Kueijing, who had originally wanted to kill Yelu Han with Long Ming, was now filled with anger. His face was ferocious, and the corners of his eyes were twitching. His killing intent was like a gust of wind as he rushed towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. Chapter 1911. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Han K roared furiously. His voice was like the sound of Tao, piercing through the hearts of people. Killing so many elders and experts of the school of legalism right before his eyes was a blatant challenge to the school of legalism. It was an insult to his dignity. Yi Qin did not take him seriously at all. Boom! Han Ke lunged at Du Xiaofu. A powerful ripple spread out, shaking the void. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the void, as if forming a world of its own. Then, it turned into a dazzling spear of light, piercing through the air and reaching Du Xiaofu in an instant. I hate shameless old people like you the most. That Tian Sha whatever, I'll help you deal with this old guy. You deal with that big worm yourself. Du Xiaofu said. His shoulder-length purple hair fluttered. It was a combination of the disguise technique and the purple flame demonic phoenix fire. Facing Han Ke's spear of light, his aura was calm but long. It turned into an energy spatial light screen, blocking the spear of light. Qi La. The spear of light seemed to contain a world. Destructive power surged out. The spear of light was resplendent, flashing with mysterious runes. It pierced through space and landed on the light screen. But the light screen was like ripples in water. It rippled but did not break. Runes burst out, using softness to overcome hardness, resisting the spear of light. Han Ke's expression turned ugly. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong despite his young age. Humph. Changing his hand seals, Han Ke snorted. Energy poured into the spear of light from his palm, causing it to let out a sonorous rumble. It was like the sound of heaven, crushing the light screen. Hua la la. The energy light screen finally fluctuated, and the dazzling talisman patterns wreaked havoc like electric arcs. Finally, a hole was pierced through, and finally, it was as if it was being torn apart by endless thunderbolts. The surrounding space was shattered, and a vast aura swept out, causing people to go limp. However, Du Xiaofu's figure directly retreated. His long robe fluttered, and his purple hair flew backward. He seemed to have been repelled, but he was not injured at all. It wasn't that Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to Han Keifeng. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base, he could even kill Long Teng. Killing Han Keifeng wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Du Xiaofu did not intend to reveal his identity. He could not use any of his techniques. The aura of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the boundless Nirvana aura, the purple flame demonic phoenix beast ability, the profound of lightning, the tyrannical fist way, and others could all be recognized. Dongli Qingqing's whereabouts were still unknown. At this moment, even if he captured Hui Yuan, he might not be able to find Dongli Qingqing. He might even cause an accident to Dongli Qingqing. It was better not to act rashly and alert the enemy. If he followed Hui Yuan, his chances would be greater. In addition, when he saw the heavenly demon Yelu Han again, he had directly refused even Mo Tianxiao's olive branch. He seemed to bear a deep grudge against the desolate country. Du Xiaofu also had some thoughts. Since he had used a divine disguise technique, he would just have to endure for a while longer. As for Han Keifeng and Long Ming, even if he couldn't kill them this time, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill them the next time he saw them. Looking at Han Keifeng, the retreating Du Xiaofu's lips curved in a mocking smile. There was a faint smile in his eyes as he said, "Legalism's main domain is only a so-so. Old man, you're not strong enough. Who the hell are you?" Han Keifeng stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu. After personally exchanging blows, he felt that the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. His background was definitely not simple. At this moment, all eyes were on Du Xiaofu. Someone who could fight against Han Keifeng head-on, such a person's sudden appearance would definitely set off a huge storm in the heavenly devil battlefield. His identity made everyone curious. "What does it have to do with you? Seeing that you're shamelessly bullying him with numbers, I just wanted to help him." Du Xiaofu's reply was very disdainful of Han Keifeng. "You." Having lived for thousands of years, Han Keifeng had always been revered by everyone. At this moment, how could he endure such disdain? He was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. Thank you, sir. I'll deal with this big worm." Yelu Han laughed. That mysterious man's strength was outstanding, able to fight against Han Keifeng head-on. At this moment, no matter who the mysterious man was or what his purpose was, it was a blessing to him at this moment. "Old Sovereign Han, you deal with that person. Leave this Yelu Han to me. Kill him." Long Ming was already unable to endure being called a big worm. This was an insult to all dragons. Long Ming was originally unhappy that he couldn't do anything to Yelu Han. Now that he shouted, his huge dragon body no longer hesitated, surging through the sea of clouds as he rushed towards Yelu Han. "Big worm, what can you do to me?" Han Keifeng was already blocked. It was just Long Ming. Yelu Han no longer had any scruples. His eyes opened and closed, instantly turning into a dark red, as if containing 2 seas of blood. Terrifying light burst out. Using his baleful aura as the foundation, his martial veins connected the heavens and earth, transforming into a baleful aura blade that was more than 100 feet long. It slashed down from the void towards Long Ming. Qi La. This blade was too terrifying. It imprisoned the void and could cut through everything. Ao. Facing such a terrifying power, Long Ming didn't dare to be careless. He activated the dragon's secret technique, using the dragon's tyrannical means, and immediately clashed with the heavenly demon Yelu Han. "You should also be killed." Han Ju also made his move once more. The eyes he used to stare at Du Xiaofu were practically spitting fire. His killing intent was undisguised. Everywhere his figure passed, the space behind him crumbled, creating raging waves. Boundless spatial waves swept out, dyeing the sky resplendent. Boom! In an instant, the entire void distorted. With Han Ke Fong as the center, all kinds of demonic beast phantoms appeared in the void. There were divine birds flapping their wings, ferocious beasts roaring, resplendent light, sky-splitting astral winds, sun, moon, stars, mountains, and lakes. These terrifying phenomena evolved into a world. The scene was shocking, shocking everyone. This is the legalism's Dharma technique. An elder from the Taoist sect spoke, his eyes rippling. This legalism Dharma technique, in Han Ke Feng's hands, was terrifying. Legalism became one of the 9 great clans. It has some foundation in capital. At this moment, Han Ke Feng's power made even the second elder of the Golden-Winged Rock clan and the others secretly nod. Can that person still withstand it? Du Shaoqing looked at the sky, her beautiful face full of anticipation. She hoped that the purple-haired man could destroy Han Ke Feng directly. If she had that strength, she would have dealt with the legalism people long ago. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed. He was very familiar with the Dharma technique of legalism. The void around him rippled, energy flooded out, and resplendent talismans swept out. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the void. Everyone was shocked to see that the purple-haired man did not seem to have done anything, but the world that Han Ke Feng's legalism Dharma technique was beginning to stagnate, and even showed signs of collapsing, as if the world was collapsing. Han Ke Feng's expression changed. She was shocked and surprised. She formed a hand seal, and strange beasts and birds flapped their wings, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly calmed down. His breathing was long and calm, and his temperament was very serene. His mind was at peace, and his mind was clear and bright. Break! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and ripples appeared in the void. Talismans surged, and the strange beasts and birds that pounced out of Han Ke Feng's world were destroyed. It was like cold water being poured on a hot fire, extinguishing it. This scene seemed ordinary and simple, but if one looked carefully, it was vast and unfathomable, all-encompassing. Rumble. Stars fell, and with a rumbling sound, they crushed towards Du Xiaofu. The space in their path exploded, and the ground below exploded. Walala. Flames burned the sky, and strong winds howled. Whoosh whoosh. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds pierced through the air, like divine weapons of destruction, bursting with dazzling divine light. These attacks swept towards Du Xiaofu like a storm. This was the power of legalism, and it carried the power of heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and earth. Without a doubt, Han Ke Feng wanted to kill this mysterious purple-haired man, and wash away the humiliation of legalism, and wash away the disrespect towards him. Du Xiaofu was still calm, and unmoved. His figure flashed across the sky, and a mysterious energy wave annihilated the terrifying attacks. No matter the storm, Du Xiaofu was unmoved. Everything was like a gentle breeze, unmoving like a mountain. Heavens, this is too scary. Everyone was dumbfounded. Such a battle was rarely seen and inconceivable. No matter how Han Ke Feng attacked, he could not get close to the mysterious purple-haired man. What technique is this? It's too magical. In front of the desolate country's crowd, Du Shaoqing was also astonished. Such a technique was too amazing. It's not magical, it's terrifying. Using softness to overcome hardness, using little to lift 1,000 pounds. It's vast and profound. This is the great Tao. The second elder of the Golden Rock race, Jialo Guanyu, said. He was also moved. Could it be related to Taoism? Beside Heng Luan of the Buddhist sect, an old monk with white eyebrows raised his eyebrows in surprise. The mysterious purple-haired man's aura made him feel that it was related to Taoism. At this moment, Su Yangzi and the rest of the Taoist sect were gradually dumbfounded. Their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes flickered violently. Why do I feel that the purple-haired man's aura is so familiar? It seems to be the teachings of our Taoism. A Taoist elder was surprised. This is definitely related to our Taoism, but who is this person? Our Taoism doesn't have such a disciple. Could he be a wandering Taoist ancestor? A Taoist expert who could stand side by side with Su Yangzi said. He was very sure that the mysterious purple-haired man's technique was related to Taoism. The heavenly Tao is in action, and the Tao follows nature. The heavenly Tao is in action, and there is nothing that can be done. It is actually easy to do, but difficult to understand the meaning behind it. This technique is based on nothingness, and uses the principle of causality. Without becoming an object, it is impermanent, and therefore it can study the emotions of all things. It is neither before nor after, and therefore it can be the master of all things. The Tao follows nature, and naturally it is not dead. Therefore, the Tao is impermanent. The Tao changes according to the situation. Su Yangzi looked at the mysterious purple-haired man in the sky. His eyes were trembling as light surged. Even his body was trembling. He could not help but whisper in excitement, "Who is he? He has actually reached such a realm." Chapter 1912. You're saying that he's really from our school of Taoism? Hearing this, the old man beside Su Yangzi was also excited. He knew that Su Yangzi's comprehension of Taoism might not be as high as his in terms of cultivation, but in terms of Taoism, Su Yangzi had long surpassed him. In the future, surpassing him in terms of strength and cultivation was already a matter of time. At this moment, Su Yangzi also confirmed and praised the mysterious purple-haired man. How could he not be shocked? He doesn't seem to be from our school of Taoism. Perhaps it's shameful to say this, but what he has comprehended seems to be above what we have comprehended from Taoism. Who exactly is he? Su Yangzi's eyes flickered as he carefully thought about who this mysterious purple-haired man was. You're from Taoism? Han Ke also felt some aura. The purple-haired man in front of him seemed to be related to Taoism. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was indeed using Taoism. Back then, in the Taoist lunar space, Du Xiaofu had comprehended Taoism for several months. It was not martial arts, but it was better than martial arts. It was not a coincidence that Taoism became one of the 9 great families. Taoism's knowledge was boundless. Du Xiaofu did not want to expose his identity, so he used Taoism's knowledge. I'm not from Taoism, but Taoism is much stronger than legalism. Du Xiaofu said. He did not want to trick Taoism like this. He had a good relationship with Taoism. Back then, he had benefited a lot from Taoism. Hearing those words, the people from Taoist school secretly smiled. They were extremely pleased with what they had just heard. Han Ke stopped his attack in the middle of the spell. His eyes also rippled as he looked at the purple-haired man in front of him. He was secretly shocked. Such a mysterious man's cultivation and strength gave him an unfathomable feeling. He could not see through him at all. It made him feel a little apprehensive. I have to settle this as soon as possible. Han Ke thought to himself. He knew that he could not delay any longer. Boom! In an instant, Han Ke's expression darkened a little. His eyes flickered, and light spread out from his body, enveloping him in a dazzling light. Above the void, countless strange phenomena slowly appeared, and the surrounding space of the spell also trembled. Roar! The image of a white dragon rushed out. The dragon's might was vast and mighty, as if it was a real living creature. The dragon's eyes were like stars, roaring ferociously. That's Han Ju's pulse soul. He's even using his pulse soul. That's the bloodline soul of a true dragon's descendant. It's of an extremely high level. Someone exclaimed. Who would have thought that Han Ke would actually use his vain spirit in order to deal with the mysterious purple-haired youth in such a short while? This kind of pulse soul has already turned into a true spirit. It's only one step away from becoming a true spirit. In front of the desolate nation's formation, Lonely Sky Howl whispered. Meridian Soul. Du Xiaofu looked at the white dragons. It looked like legalism had always been on good terms with the dragons. Even Han Kei's bloodline soul was a dragon. The blood essence required for a bloodline soul of this level was not something that could be provided by any dragon. Roar, in a short instant, the dragon's roar was like thunder. The white dragon roared out from that side of the world. Spell power gathered, and with the power of heaven and earth, it charged toward Du Xiaofu. This power was too strong, and not something that could be easily blocked. At this moment, if an ordinary person of the same level faced Han Kei's attack, they would not be able to resist at all and would be crushed. Du Xiaofu's eyes were finally no longer calm, and there was some fluctuation in them. At the same time, the aura around Du Xiaofu suddenly changed and became violent. It was as if a bomb had been thrown into the calm water, and stormy waves instantly rose. Boom! Roar! The sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious power descended from the void. Dazzling runes surged out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his body also underwent a strange transformation. It was as if his body was expanding, and also as if something was condensing around him. In an instant, as the sky changed color, Du Xiaofu transformed into a giant that was over 1,000 feet tall. His entire body exuded a hazy mist, and his aura was frightening. It was as if 1,000,000 mountains had descended from the sky, as if he had traveled through time and space from ancient times. Everyone present trembled. That massive body made their hearts feel like they were about to explode, and they almost went limp. When such a massive body towered in the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the surging power of the sorcerer god came through time and space. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder. The power of the sorcerer god. That's the power of the sorcerer god of the Confucian school. Is he from the Confucian school? That's the power of the sorcerer god. Many experts with extraordinary eyesight exclaimed. As for those who weren't strong enough, they had already gone limp under that terrifying power. Han Kei had even used her pulse spirit, and Du Xiaofu couldn't use his own means. What he learned from Taoism was only what he learned. Therefore, Du Xiaofu used the sorcerer god's power of the Confucian school to form the body of the sorcerer god, which was what he had learned from the Confucian school. Rumble! Rumble! The massive body of the sorcerer god formed, and Du Xiaofu immediately attacked. He waved his hand and directly slapped at the giant white dragon. This palm strike was launched by the body of a supreme magus. The entire sky was filled with spell symbols, surging like a torrential flood. Thunderous rumbles could be heard ceaselessly as the power of supreme magus spread out. Wherever the power of supreme magus swept across, the space would explode along with a rustling noise. Around the sorcerer god's body, countless gods and demons chanted, shocking people's souls. The rich and surging sorcerer god's power seemed to have traveled through time and space from ancient times. That's the ancient sorcerer god's power. He's not borrowing the sorcerer god's power, but comprehending the sorcerer god's power. Rumble! The elders of the Taoist, Buddhist, and golden-winged rocks were all excited. They were experienced and knowledgeable, and could see the clues. The mysterious purple-haired man wasn't borrowing the sorcerer god's power, but comprehending the sorcerer god's power. Bang! The sorcerer god's body and the giant white dragon clashed, shaking the sky and distorting the world. Space rippled like boiling water in all directions. This kind of battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumble! At this moment, the void boiled, and the blood in the bodies of many young people below surged. One had to know that the purple-haired man in Long Ming didn't seem very old, and although the Heaven Shah's origin was mysterious, he had been sealed before, so he hadn't cultivated for too long. But these people were already so terrifying, how could they not be fascinated? In this kind of battle, the four used all kinds of methods and divine abilities. The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, and Long Ming no longer held back, and attacked with all their might. Dazzling runes, fierce battle, and the collision of energy burst out with divine light. The turbulent energy was like an erupting volcano, and the waves of energy were vast and mighty, causing people to tremble in fear. "Tiger, come! Roar!" The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, shouted. At this moment, his body was covered in a ferocious beast armor. His baleful energy was shocking, and his hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with a sea of baleful energy. He had the upper hand against Long Ming. The Heaven Shah, Yelu Han, compared to Qin Wudi in Gongsun Wuji, wasn't inferior. Just how strong was he? It was enough to prove his terrifying strength. Kill. Yelu Han wasn't a soft-hearted person. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't hide his killing intent. Long Ming wanted to kill him, so with Yelu Han's personality, how could he let him go? Boom! Around Yelu Han, a majestic sea of baleful energy filled with runes, revealing a dazzling light. Yelu Han was an earth vein spirit, and this was his sea of baleful energy vein spirit. The baleful energy had turned solid, swallowing everything. It could affect space and time, and it enveloped Long Ming's giant dragon body. Bastard! Long Ming roared. He was an outstanding member of the dragons, a reincarnation nirvana cultivator. The dragons were the supreme race of this world, but at this moment, he was being suppressed by the half-step reincarnation Yelu Han. This was a humiliation he couldn't face. Rumble, Long Ming erupted. His dragon body shuttled back and forth in the sea of baleful energy. His dragon claws tore through the sky, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Above his head, 3 divine rings burned like divine flames. This was the power of a half-step nirvana cultivator, and it brought with it the sound of heaven. The might of a nirvana cultivator descended, enough to crush all mortals. Just a half-step nirvana cultivator. This daddy is a true nirvana cultivator. Who do you think you are? Yelu Han shouted, domineering and fierce. 6 divine rings appeared in the sky, urging the power of a nirvana cultivator. It was even more powerful than Long Ming's. Kill. The billowing baleful energy and nirvana cultivator's power seemed to turn into thunder. Yelu Han's attacks were endless, sweeping towards Long Ming. Rumble. Rumble. In the sky, Han Chuanguan's white dragon vein spirit and Du Xiaofu's sorcerer divine body also fought fiercely. In an instant, several collisions collided, tearing apart the void. Roar. Han Chuanguan's white dragon vein spirit was forced back by the sorcerer divine body. He roared, his dragon eyes like stars, and his dragon might surged. In an instant, he attacked again, his giant tail lashing out. Dumb insect. The sorcerer divine body appeared in the sky, like an ancient sorcerer divine body descending. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a giant hand appeared from the depths of the sky. This giant hand appeared in the sky, and a terrifying energy suddenly spread out from all directions, bringing with it a huge pressure that seemed to cause the world to tremble. The hand formed a spatial storm, twisting the space around it, and directly crushing towards the white dragon. Rumble, such a handprint also brought about a strange phenomenon in the sky. The terrifying sorcerer divine body's energy was accompanied by a mysterious power. As it crushed down, the space shattered inch by inch, and a pitch-black spatial vortex tore apart, descending from the sky. This is not an ordinary sorcerer divine body, he comprehended the ancient sorcerer divine body's power. In the distance, the eyes of the Golden Rock clan's second elder, who had already retreated with the Huang country's people, lit up. Looking at the sorcerer divine body, he couldn't help but shiver. This was not an ordinary sorcerer divine body's power, but the ancient sorcerer divine body's power. In the current era of the Confucian school, there were probably only a few people who had comprehended it. The ancient sorcerer divine body's power has reappeared. Who is he? Is the Confucian school about to take another step forward in this chaotic world? The white-browed old monk from the Buddhist school spoke. He had lived for several thousand years and could be considered very old. He had heard many legends. Chapter 1913. The Confucian school was related to the legendary great shamans of ancient times. The power of the shaman god was once the most powerful existence in this world. The power of the ancient shaman god had the power to destroy the world. In an instant, the palm print collided with the white dragon. The energy of the heaven and earth was thrown into chaos as a deep explosion resounded through the skies. Bang, 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 the entire sky was trembling as symbols flickered in the sky. The enormous white dragon was only able to resist for an instant before cracking apart. In the end, it exploded into symbols that filled the sky. Amidst Han Kei's spell, the sun, moon, stars, all living beings in the world were all wiped out, all living beings were destroyed. Puff, Han Ju's body appeared and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, his body was knocked back repeatedly in the void. His face turned pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Perhaps Han Ju simply could not accept this reality. He had lost. His meridian spirit had been destroyed by the former. Just this injury alone was enough for Han Ke Shuang to forget about recovering for 1,000 years, and he could forget about making any progress in the future. Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god's body also began to collapse. Using the sorcerer god's power to condense the sorcerer god's body consumed too much energy. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, under the suppression of Yelu Han, the meridian soul baleful chi condensed into a huge blade in the void. Accompanied by the power of 6 wheels, it was as sharp as a divine blade, slicing through the void and slashing towards Long Ming. Ao, Long Ming was, after all, a half-step Nirvana dragon's expert. He had a secret technique to dodge, but a dragon horn on his forehead was chopped off. Dragon blood spurted out, and light soared into the sky as it roared endlessly. Oh my god, both Han Kuayoyo and Long Ming are dead. This scene was too shocking. Han Kao had lost her meridian soul and Long Ming had lost a dragon horn. They were both seriously injured. The heavenly fiend Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man were so powerful that they made people tremble. What is he doing? Among the stunned crowd, some people were surprised to see that the purple-haired man was not trying to take advantage of Han Ju's weakness to kill him. Instead, he was standing in the air in a daze, as if he was observing something. Although Han Kuayoyo was furious, she was still on guard against Du Xiaofu, afraid that the purple-haired man would take advantage of the situation to pursue and kill her. Now that she saw the purple-haired man stop in mid-air, her eyes were filled with doubt. Heavenly fiend Yelu Han also didn't pursue Long Ming. Although he was fighting Long Ming with all his strength, his eyes and mind were constantly scanning the surroundings. He was surprised that Du Xiaofu had killed Han Keihua's bloodline soul, and then he was puzzled by the strange behavior of the purple-haired man. No, the aura is not right. In the void, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. The red pheasant monkey's primordial spirit in his mind's mud pill palace felt a strange aura. That aura was extraordinary, causing Du Xiaofu to feel a sense of danger descending upon him, causing him to focus. At the end of the void, everything was dark and desolate, and the air was suffused with the evil energy unique to the heavenly devil battlefield. But suddenly, the evil energy grew thicker and thicker, drifting in from all directions. Something's not right. Everyone, be careful. The second elder of the golden-winged Great Ping race, Jialo Guanyu, also sensed that something was wrong. His brows rose, and his eyes glowed with golden light. He had sensed an abnormal aura. Everyone, be careful. At almost the same time, the elders of the Buddhist, Taoist, and famed schools all grimaced. The sudden change in the aura in the distance attracted everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, the evil energy was thick and oppressive. Woo, ghostly wails and howls resounded through the air. It was impossible to tell whether they came from vicious beasts or evil spirits. The cries of ghosts and gods reverberated in the void, and a monstrous demonic aura swept across the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everything happened too quickly. The space in the distance trembled, and dark light filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. Strong winds blew. The ghostly wails and howls could be faintly heard, making people tremble for no reason. The evil spirits are here. No. No, it seems to be demonic beasts. The living beings in the surroundings were shocked. They immediately summoned their weapons and treasures and prepared for battle. The surrounding void was filled with black fog, covering the sky and the sun. The evil energy was oppressive. Aoo. Ghostly wails and howls, accompanied by the roars of beasts, resounded through the void from all directions. Under everyone's trembling eyes, countless evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits appeared. There were also demonic beasts gathered among them. These evil spirits were in the form of humans and beasts, as well as the ferocious true demonic beasts. They were densely packed in the air, blotting out the sky and covering the earth until the end of one's line of sight. It was as if there was no end in sight. Aoo, the ghostly wails and howls of beasts reverberated, causing the entire void to tremble. Oh no, it's an army of evil spirits. Aoo. There are so many demonic beasts. Why are there so many of them? What's going on? Why are there so many evil spirits and demonic beasts surrounding us? The crowd was in an uproar, and their expressions changed. There were too many evil spirits and demonic beasts. Most importantly, their auras were very powerful. In the heavenly fiend battlefield, there had never been an incident where evil spirits and demonic beasts surrounded a gathering place of cultivators. However, these evil spirits and demonic beasts had come, and there were so many of them. It was impossible to resist. Don't these evil spirits and demonic beasts never attack gathering places? Why are there so many evil spirits and demonic beasts now? Some of the weaker cultivators were horrified, and their hearts trembled. Everyone was vigilant. Even Jialo Guanyu, Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, and the others were no exception. Du Xiaofu was also not careless. As the monstrous murderous aura swept over from all directions, he looked into the distance with a grave expression. Du Xiaofu felt many powerful auras from the depths of the evil spirits and demonic beasts' army. They were all from the evil spirits and demonic beasts. This is very abnormal. Could it be that someone is doing this on purpose? Du Xiaofu frowned as he pondered. The demonic beasts and evil spirits were mixed together, and there were so many of them. It would definitely take a long time for them to gather, and they would not come for some weak cultivators. At this moment, with so many cultivators gathered here and encountering so many evil spirits and demonic beasts, the situation was very likely not simple. Swoosh, swoosh, among the overwhelming army of demonic beasts and evil spirits, there were hundreds of figures with exceptionally powerful auras that swept out from the billowing demonic aura and floated in the sky. There were evil spirits and demonic beasts among these figures, but they all had a common characteristic, and that was that their auras were exceptionally powerful. Waves of powerful demonic aura spread out and shrouded the void. Many of their auras were even comparable to the strongest cultivators present. Jialo Guanyu, Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, and the other powerful cultivators of the major forces all gasped and they saw the hundreds of exceptionally powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts. Not good, we've encountered demonic spirit and demonic beasts experts. There are many domain realm cultivators, and they came prepared. An old man from the Taoist school spoke, his eyes trembling. With so many evil spirits and demonic beasts gathered here, he could also see some clues. This matter was very strange and sudden, and it was definitely not simple. This is troublesome. Mo Tianxiao took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. The numerous terrifying auras made him somewhat fearful. At this moment, with so many evil spirits and demonic beasts, it would be difficult for all the cultivators present to resist. The heavily injured Long Ming and Han Jiuyao also had incomparably solemn expressions. Not to mention Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man, so many evil spirits and demonic beasts experts were likely to die. Amitba, everyone, these evil spirits and demonic beasts came prepared. We must join forces. Yelu Han, Brother Han, Long Ming, and that little brother, how about you temporarily put down your grudges? Otherwise, it will be difficult for everyone to escape. From the Buddhist school, the white-browed old monk looked at Han Jiuyao, Yelu Han, Du Xiaofu, and Long Ming. If the four of them continued to fight, it would greatly affect their battle strength. These four were the peak existences present. With so many evil spirits, we naturally have to join forces to deal with them. Han Jiuyao looked at Du Xiaofu, both angry and fearful. At this moment, this was a way out, and he had to take it. Otherwise, the consequences could be imagined. Against those evil spirits and demonic beasts, he still had a chance to escape. But if he continued to fight with the mysterious purple-haired man, it would be absolutely disastrous. Meridian Hundu had been lost, and the outcome was already decided. Long Ming didn't speak, but nodded in tacit agreement. No matter how unwilling he was, after careful consideration, he naturally didn't want to risk his life with Yelu Han. Many gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han, waiting for their reply. At this moment, they naturally hoped that the purple-haired man would join forces with Yelu Han, Han Jiuyao, and the others to deal with these evil spirits and demonic beasts. Han Jiuyao and Long Ming coldly looked at Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han. In their hearts, they hoped that Yelu Han and the others would object. If that happened, the two of them would undoubtedly become enemies with everyone present. At that time, they might even be able to take revenge. I have no problem, of course it's more important to deal with the evil spirits. Du Xiaofu nodded. His gaze was solemn as he looked at the dense army of demonic beasts and evil spirits. At this moment, it was naturally more important to deal with the evil spirits. To the current Du Xiaofu, Han Jiuyao's life could be taken at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his identity, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Han Jiuyao. As you wish. Seeing Du Xiaofu nod, the heavenly fiend Yelu Han also spoke. But everyone could see that Yelu Han was approaching the purple-haired man. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han nod, Han Jiuyao and Long Ming's cold eyes couldn't help but flash with disappointment. We'll do our best to break through the encirclement, then we'll make plans. Mo Tianxiao said to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others. His handsome face was filled with killing intent as he stared at the evil spirits and demonic beasts in the distance. A fiendish aura surged in all directions as the howls and roars of the evil spirits and demonic beasts were deafening. In the sky, the strongest demonic beasts and evil spirits looked at the cultivators trapped in the middle, their eyes blazing like prey. Their icy voices rang out, Kill! Kill! Chapter 1914. Awu! Awu! In an instant, countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared from all directions, emitting ear-piercing and terrifying roars. Demonic chi overflowed into the sky, and blood-red eyes surged, instantly pouncing towards the crowd. Break out! The crowd surged, and battle cries filled the sky. Their auras swept through the sky, and figures immediately pounced towards the evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Among the various large factions and rogue cultivators, there were people who formed a joint attack formation, joining forces to attack the raging evil spirits, wanting to escape. Everyone, be careful. Some experts made a move, causing strands of peerlessly powerful profound energy to surge explosively. Talisman markings dazzled as numerous attacks instantly swept out like bolts of lightning. Their auras caused space to rumble as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dusky sky, and it shook the hearts and souls of all. Awu! Awu! Countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared, their scarlet eyes surging as they let out ear-piercing cries. In an instant, they charged towards the crowd without any fear of death. A great battle was about to break out. Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Jihan, Heng Luan, Su Yangzi, Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, and the others attacked. Wherever they passed, the evil spirits were turned into ashes. However, many of the weaker people present were also directly killed by the evil spirits. Black fog surged out, and blood-red runes flickered, condensing into thousands of illusory human figures. Their appearances were ferocious, and their eyes were burning with greed. Their speed was as fast as lightning, and waves of cold and terrifying baleful aura surged out and swept out, directly drilling into the glabella of many people. Chi! Immediately, the eyes of many people in the crowd turned scarlet red, and their glabella turned black. Their bodies were surrounded by black fog, and their veins were exposed. Their faces became ferocious. Bang bang bang, following that, many bodies exploded one after another, and blood mist poured out. As these bodies exploded, many ferocious illusory figures appeared once again, and the aura on their bodies seemed to be stronger than before. These evil spirits grow stronger by devouring the souls of people. They are strange and difficult to deal with. Du Shaoqing said to the disciples of the desolate nation. Green-red flames gushed out from her hand, burning the void and destroying the evil spirit. This kind of collision was too crazy. Some of the evil spirits' bodies were shattered, turning into a bloody aura and dissipating into black mist. Some people had their blood and souls devoured. It was a tragic sight. In an extremely short period of time, blood flowed like a river, and a baleful aura surged to the heavens. What was even stranger was that after some of the evil spirits were shattered into bloody aura and black mist, they would instantly gather together and continue to revive. It was as if there was no end to killing them. Only the most pure and young cultivation methods and special methods could completely destroy these evil spirits. Kill. Amidst the monstrous baleful aura, the evil spirits and demonic beasts made their moves. The demonic beasts didn't have much intelligence, but they were controlled by the evil spirit experts and attacked the crowd. A group of evil spirits and demonic beasts directly pounced down. Ear-piercing hisses and world-shaking beast roars resounded. There was only slaughter, and immediately, many people suffered a calamity. Even some of the great powers were unable to protect themselves. The domain realm experts in the crowd stepped forward to stop them. Some beasts even used their true forms. This is not good. Du Xiaofu had already made his move. He didn't reveal his identity, but intentionally or unintentionally, he was near some of the weaker disciples of the desolate nation and secretly helped them deal with some powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts. On the other hand, the heavenly fiend Yelu Han was extremely comfortable facing the baleful aura that filled the sky. He felt like a fish in water, as if he could even be nourished. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. If you don't use your full strength, I'm afraid that everyone will be in big trouble today. An elder from the Daoist sect spoke. He activated a simple and unadorned sword that erupted with thousands of sword rays, blocking a demonic beast whose strength was not below his. The fierce battle caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Go all out. Go. The experts of the great powers originally had some thoughts of preserving their strength, but now they also realized the seriousness of the problem. If they still held back, it would become more and more difficult later. They also used their full strength, using their treasures to fiercely clash with the evil spirits and demonic beasts. Ah! Amidst the terrifying screams of the evil spirits, there were constantly people screaming as they were torn apart by the demonic beasts and devoured by the evil spirits. It was a tragic sight, and the number of people was dwindling. In such a frenzied battle, there was no way to break out. Soon, everyone was surrounded by the evil spirits and demonic beasts. Even the peak powerhouses present had no chance to escape, let alone the others. Han Kuayoyo and Long Ming had been looking for an opportunity to escape with the dragons and the remaining members of the legalism faction. But Han Kuayoyo and Long Ming hadn't expected that there would be no chance to escape. The evil spirits and demonic beasts would take the initiative to attack them, and even surround them. These evil spirits are controlling the demonic beasts. They're attacking those with higher cultivation. This is intentional. Bang! A Buddhist monk erupted with power, activating a Buddhist treasure. Runes shone resplendently like the eruption of a sun. A Buddha shadow appeared, shattering a large number of evil spirits and demonic beasts in front of him. In the end, he clashed with an evil spirit expert and a demonic beast expert, but he couldn't gain the upper hand. Could it be that someone is controlling these evil spirits and demonic beasts? Some experts were astonished. Their bodies were stained with the blood of the demonic beasts, and their hair was disheveled. Roar! A huge demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger tore a domain realm cultivator in half with its fangs bursting with demonic chi. Bang! Bang! An evil spirit expert turned into a beam of baleful light and rushed into the forehead of a domain realm cultivator, causing his body to explode into a bloody mist. Then, it condensed again, and its aura was even stronger. There were many domain realm cultivators present, as well as experts from various major factions. But in the face of the dense evil spirits and demonic beasts, they were unable to stop the momentum. There were screams everywhere, and it was as if the place had become a demonic domain. Du Xiaofu took action, slaughtering an enormous demonic fiend beast expert, destroying it. Looking at the tragic scene around him, Du Xiaofu seemed to have seen a glimpse of the impending calamity. If the calamity of heaven and earth came again, then this scene would not be the heavenly devil battlefield, but all the places in the three realms like Kyushu. At that time, the world would be completely transformed into a demonic domain. This made Du Xiaofu frown, and his heart felt heavy for no reason. The crowd was retreating in defeat, and the area was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone was forced to close in. There were originally more than 10,000 people, but now, less than 20% of them were left. This kind of loss was too fast. Some experts were constantly injured and spat out blood. The disciples of the various major factions were also in a worrying situation. Many of them were injured, and under the protection of the experts of the various clans, they were also in a very sorry state. This also increased the pressure on those experts. The desolate country's disciples were protected by the golden-winged rock race. Mo Tianxiao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, and the others were also very strong. In addition, Du Xiaofu had secretly dealt with many demonic beasts and evil spirit experts that approached, so their situation was slightly better than the disciples of the various major factions. Screech! Among the golden-winged rock race, there were already people who had activated their true forms. Golden light shone brightly as several enormous golden-winged rocks flapped their wings and soared into the sky. They were undoubtedly the most shocking ones present, and many dragons were suppressed. Chapter 1915. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The golden-winged great rocks were domineering and fierce, able to suppress evil spirits and demonic beasts. However, there were too many of these powerful evil spirits. Everyone, if we don't go all out now, I'm afraid the odds are against us. An old man from the famed family spoke to the experts of the various factions. Although everyone was going all out, the situation was still getting worse. Everyone, go all out. Otherwise, none of us will be able to charge out. These evil spirits and demonic beasts must have planned this beforehand. The voice of the leading old man from the Taoist family rang out. He had already activated a treasure comparable to a saint artifact in his hand. Brilliant light shone in all directions, destroying a large number of evil spirits. Rumble, in an instant, many treasures of the famed family and Buddhist family were destroyed. Clanging sounds rang out as they swept through a large number of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Du Xiaofu looked around. The resources of these large families were truly extraordinary. They had many treasures, and each of them was comparable to a saint artifact. Roar! Roar! The dragons all transformed into their true forms. Some experts of the beast race also went all out. Jialo Jueyu, second elder Jialo Guanyu, third elder Jialo Zhiheng, and the others of the golden-winged great rocks all activated their true forms as well, protecting their disciples as they broke out. However, the small and medium-sized factions and independent cultivators who did not have the protection of experts were in an increasingly dire situation. They were constantly met with calamities, and miserable cries rang out continuously. With many treasures and experts going all out, everyone really managed to open a bloody path, intending to break out of the encirclement. There are still powerful evil spirits. After Du Xiaofu killed another powerful demonic beast that was at the domain realm, he suddenly looked into the depths of the void. He could feel a terrifying aura fluctuation there. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in the depths of the void. In an instant, a demonic aura overflowed into the sky. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder, there were streaks of black lightning that caused one's heart to turn cold, and one's primordial spirit to tremble. No one can escape. His cold words carried no emotion. Black light poured down and descended from the depths of the void. It was as if a curtain of demonic energy was falling down like a waterfall. The scene was extremely shocking. These streaks of black light carried a terrifying demonic aura as they poured out in torrents. They erupted with dazzling black light and spread out with a thunderous momentum. In an instant, they collided with the numerous treasures and powerhouses. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Black light overflowed into the heavens, causing the precious treasures to dim. Many experts were forced back. Chi La, even Elder Jialo Guanyu, the white-browed old monk of Buddhism, the old man of Taoism, and the leading old man of Buddhism staggered back. Those who were weaker coughed up blood one after another. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu and the others, who were at the back, were not affected too much. How can an evil spirit that's comparable to a sage realm be so strong? Du Xiaofu's complexion changed. That dreadful aura was comparable to that of the sage realm. He was afraid that it wasn't below the semi-sage realm. It was the first time that he had encountered such a powerful evil spirit. Not good. The powerhouses were forced back one by one, and their complexions suddenly changed. They could feel the terrifying demonic aura, and their gazes were extremely solemn. Die. In the void, an indifferent voice that didn't contain any emotion spread out again amidst the billowing demonic aura. A huge handprint condensed and descended directly below. As this huge handprint descended, a vast pressure fell, as if the entire space had solidified. The more the handprint descended, the more the creatures in the void felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their chests. It made their hearts feel like they were being crushed, and their primordial spirits were about to explode. Those who were weaker couldn't even summon the will to resist. Many evil spirits and demonic beasts even exploded. Elder Jialo Guanyu, the white-browed old man of Buddhism, and the other top powerhouses all soared into the sky to resist. Pfft, another person coughed up blood. Several people joined forces but still couldn't resist. It wasn't that the powerhouses couldn't resist this evil spirit, but that there were still many terrifying evil spirit and demonic beast powerhouses around at this moment. The monstrous demonic aura surged and covered half the sky. A huge black ferocious humanoid figure appeared in the air. Its eyes were like two blood moons, incomparably terrifying. Whoa, when this black ferocious humanoid figure appeared, countless evil spirits and demonic beasts roared in the surroundings. The sound waves were ear-piercing and affected the soul, causing the primordial spirits to tremble. They crazily pounced on everyone. Are we all going to suffer today? Some people were already trembling. Fear spread in their hearts as they watched so many creatures fall. The huge black ferocious figure was in the sea of black mist and baleful aura. Its blood moon-like eyes were terrifying, like two blood-red holes looking down on everyone. With just a glance, many creatures who weren't strong enough were directly stunned. Then, they were destroyed by the evil spirits and demonic beasts nearby. This is a half-step Saint Evil Spirit. It's too strong. Too strong. Elder Jialo Guanyu's huge body covered the void. At this moment, his golden eyes were incomparably solemn. He couldn't help but be wary of the half-step Saint Evil Spirit. Kill! The black ferocious figure attacked again, pouncing straight at Elder Jialo Guanyu. Its blood-red eyes even revealed a greedy look. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the benefits for it. Its huge body was accompanied by billowing baleful aura and evil demonic aura. Ping descends to the 9 heavens. Elder Jialo Guanyu resisted with all his strength. He activated the Ping descends to the 9 heavens. Golden light shone brightly as it spread its wings and soared. The cultivation technique of the golden-winged great Ping bird race could still restrain these evil spirits. Thump, thump, the terrifying collision destroyed a large area of the void. Elder Jialo Guanyu's huge body was also shaken back, golden blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, Elder Jialo Guanyu's tyrannical golden-winged great Ping body resisted a lot of the corrosion of the evil demonic aura. He wasn't seriously injured. The huge black ferocious figure immediately attacked the 3 elders of the Buddhist, Taoist, and famed families, injuring them heavily. Disaster. The strongest elder of the Taoist family had a solemn expression. His body was shrouded in light, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. No one present could resist a half-step Saint Evil Spirit. Moreover, there were still many evil spirit experts whose strength wasn't much weaker than theirs. All of you will die today. The voice was lifeless, cold and heartless. The black ferocious figure erupted with surging evil demonic aura, and a murderous aura surged into the sky, turning into a huge wave that swept across. The experts of the various major forces activated their treasures and went all out to resist, but they were already in a desperate situation. Miserable wails were masked by the howls of ghosts and howls of gods. Not many of the small and medium-sized forces and itinerant cultivators were left. The power of the sorcerer god. Du Xiaofu once again used the power of the sorcerer god. The huge body of the sorcerer god stood tall, and the phantoms of gods and demons around him chanted in the air. A huge pressure quietly spread, as if it caused the heaven and earth in this space to tremble, shocking one's soul. Rumble, Du Xiaofu attacked with all his strength. The power of the sorcerer god seemed to bring about a spatial storm. There were the sun, the moon, the stars, and all living things in the world. All of them sank into oblivion, and everything was destroyed. Awoo! The ferocious black figure roared, and its blood moon-like eyes surged. A monstrous murderous aura surged out, causing the space to ripple like boiling water. Such a collision shattered the space inch by inch, and the void was torn apart, forming a pitch-black spatial vortex. Thump thump, Du Xiaofu's figure was pushed back. The demonic aura and murderous aura swept over, corroding his primordial spirit and physical body. Under the effect of the immortal Xian body and the spiritual thunder in the red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit, the effects of the murderous aura and demonic aura were quietly eliminated. Too strong. Du Xiaofu frowned. This was definitely an evil spirit at the half-step saint level. If it wasn't for the immortal Xian body and the several kinds of spiritual thunders in his primordial spirit, he would have suffered a great loss just now. Do I really have to expose my identity? Jialo Guanyu, Jialo Zhiheng, Mo Tianshao, and the others were more or less injured. Some of the desolate country's disciples were seriously injured, and now that they were in a desperate situation, Du Xiaofu had to reconsider. In such a situation, if he did not expose his identity, the desolate country and the golden-winged great rocks would pay the price in blood. Boom! Demonic aura surged, and the huge body of the ferocious black evil spirit was like the birth of a demon lord. A terrifying claw with a monstrous demonic aura once again crushed down on the people below, vowing to destroy them all. Do I really have to expose my identity? Du Xiaofu's eyes searched. He could not delay any longer. If he exposed his identity, he might be able to resist a half-step Saint Evil Spirit. At least with the support and means he had, he could escape with the disciples of the desolate country and the golden-winged great rocks. Evil Spirit. Suddenly, at this moment, just as Du Xiaofu was about to expose his identity, a calm and clear voice rang out. A graceful figure appeared silently in the sky. Her long green dress fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair cascaded down her back. She was as otherworldly as a fairy, and she looked down on the world. It's her. When such a woman appeared in the void, everyone's expression changed. We're saved. The few remaining people of legalism were pleasantly surprised, and even Han Ju was secretly delighted. When the beautiful figure appeared, her beautiful face looked at the demonic claw crushing down from the void. Purple arcs of electricity suddenly surged out from her body, accompanied by blazing lightning that rose like a purple sun. Dazzling lightning runes surged out in all directions, covering the void. Suddenly, arcs of electricity overflowed from the void, and thunderclouds covered the sky. In an instant all living beings were shocked, and the evil spirits trembled, and the demonic beasts were terrified. Evil spirit, don't be presumptuous. The woman raised her head, and the eyes on her beautiful face erupted with blazing purple lightning. She struck out with a palm, and a huge vortex of thunderclouds and lightning arcs spun in the center of her palm. Terrifying lightning filled the sky, and countless bolts of lightning pierced through space. The killing aura spread out, and it did not carry any austere killing intent. Instead, it carried the might of creation, and it revealed the righteousness of heaven and earth, vast and mighty in the heavens. This pressure spread out, and just by looking at the spreading lightning might, one's hair suddenly stood on end, and they almost prostrated themselves on the ground. Chapter 1916. Sizzle, purple arcs of lightning shuttled through the sky, causing space to explode and overturn. The lightning palm struck the demonic claw, erupting in an instant. Rumble, the demonic claw was destroyed, and even the huge and ferocious figure in the void was pushed back. Shueyu's eyes revealed a look of surprise. That kind of murderous aura made him instinctively feel wary. The lithe figure was also pushed back, but she soon steadied herself and looked at the huge and ferocious figure in the sky. Purple lightning flashed in her eyes. Natural Saint Du Xiaojing. Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, Hui Yuan, and the others were all trembling when they saw the woman who had suddenly appeared. They were all paragons, but when they looked at the woman, their arrogance was completely gone. In fact, they even looked up to her. Xiaojing. When he saw the beautiful figure in front of him, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Other than his sister Xiaojing, who else could it be? Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The execution was majestic. Purple thunderclouds and lightning bolts soared into the sky. The energy of heaven and earth in this area began to fluctuate violently. Du Xiaojing stood in the void, like a dazzling sun that blotted out the sky. Purple arcs of lightning circled around his body, displaying an incomparably terrifying posture before everyone's eyes. Destroy. Du Xiaojing lightly uttered a word and made his move. Thousands of purple electric arcs condensed into electric arcs that covered the sky and earth, descending from the sky, vast and mighty. Bang 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 bang, those bolts of purple lightning were the bane of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Instantly, the void exploded, and countless evil spirits and demonic beasts exploded. Many evil spirits and demonic beasts, including many evil spirits and demonic beasts, could not avoid being killed. Awu, the monstrous baleful aura dissipated, and the demonic aura collapsed. Shrill screams and roars reverberated in the void. Awu. The gigantic black body was enraged. Its blood moon eyes were filled with huge waves as it roared. Black light covered the sky as its terrifying might distorted the surrounding space. The black light was like a black thunderbolt, destroying everything in its path. Such might caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate in fear. Rumble, Du Xiaojing didn't retreat. From her graceful figure in the air, 10 divine rings appeared in an instant. Heavenly music resounded, like heavenly drums being hammered. 10 divine rings appeared in the sky, their heavenly might shocking the world. At this moment, Du Xiaojing was like a goddess. Monstrous arcs of lightning swept across the sky. Her purple sun-like eyes shot straight into the vast universe. Terrifying heavenly might shook the heavens. Heavenly might rolled, and the momentum of heaven and earth gathered. Rumble. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled and rumbled. The ground collapsed, and strange phenomena appeared. This aura was too terrifying, causing the entire space to tremble. This is the nirvana power of a consummate supreme being. Su Yangzi said with a solemn expression. Indestructible. Du Xiaojing has reached the level of indestructible. Some experts could not help but exclaim when they sensed the aura of the undying and imperishable realm. Everyone's eyes were trembling, their hearts were trembling, their souls were trembling, and their bodies were going limp. That goddess-like woman was an innate holy sovereign, a perfected nirvana great sovereign. At this moment, she had already stepped into the indestructible realm. You're just a half-step saint. It's not your place to be impudent. Du Xiaojing's graceful figure soared into the sky. Her supreme aura suppressed heaven and earth, and her lightning martial vein killed in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled, and it shook everyone's soul. She fought with the ferocious and huge evil spirit. This kind of battle caused the void to be chaotic and blurry, creating a vacuum. Those who were not strong enough could not see anything at all. They could only see dazzling light. Indestructible. Du Xiaofu's huge body of the sorcerer god attacked again, killing several powerful demonic beasts of the domain realm. A smile appeared on his face. That was the aura of indestructibility. His sister Xiaojing had also stepped into the realm of indestructibility. Quickly attack with all your strength and break out of the encirclement. With Du Xiaojing's arrival, everyone seemed to have been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. They attacked with all their strength, killing the evil spirits and demonic beasts around them. Bang, 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 in the surrounding void, the fierce battle between Du Xiaofu and the half-step saint evil spirit was even more intense. The sound of heavenly music was endless, and the supreme power suppressed heaven and earth. Evil spirits rolled and covered the sky. Far away, in the dark space, on top of a mountain peak, 3 figures were looking into the distance. Faint cries of ghosts and howls of gods could be heard. That place was like a demon's domain. Among the 3 figures, a man in the lead raised his head slightly. His face seemed to be sculpted, and there was a playful smile in his eyes. However, there was a slight frown on his brows. He said, "Indestructible. I didn't expect Du Xiaojing to break through so quickly. Innate holy sovereign, a perfected great sovereign nirvana great sovereign. She is very difficult to deal with." On the man's left was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had a devilishly handsome face, long eyebrows like willows, and long black hair draped behind his neck. He had an invisible aura about him. No, there's still someone here. A familiar aura. Suddenly, in the battle circle, Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. There was a familiar aura fluctuating there, and it disappeared in a flash. It seems that there's still someone familiar. Someone is hiding there. On the mountain peak in the distance, the man with a playful smile suddenly frowned. Should we make a move? The third figure asked. His voice was flat. He was covered by a purple robe. The hood of the robe covered his head, and even his forehead was covered. His attire was strange, but the aura on his body revealed an invisible and terrifying aura. It's not suitable for us to make a move now. The Heavenly Yu Mountain has appeared, and other places should also appear. We still have to unseal the Demon Emperor's body. There's always a chance to meet him. The man said. As his voice fell, ripples appeared in his eyes, and he sent a voice transmission to the void in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, then, the three figures disappeared from the mountain peak in an instant like three rainbows and lightning. Bang, 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 in the void, an intense collision shook the world. Du Xiaojing was knocked back, but he was unharmed. Purple electric arcs shone brightly on his body, and 10 divine rings appeared in the sky. The gigantic black evil spirit's body dimmed, damaged. The Blood Moon's eyes were filled with rage, but there was also a hint of wariness. A woo! A deafening howl rang out from the gigantic evil spirit's mouth, reverberating through the skies. A woo! The demonic beasts and evil spirits in the surroundings howled. The dense mass of figures that blotted out the skies retreated rapidly, no longer attacking the group. The powerful evil spirits and demonic beasts did not linger as they left hurriedly as well. That gigantic evil spirit glared at Du Xiaojing fiercely. Those blood moon-like eyes of his were filled with greed and wariness. He then turned into a black light and disappeared into the skies. Du Xiaojing did not chase after that gigantic evil spirit. Instead, he looked into the distance. There was a gigantic mountain peak there. At the same time, the 10 divine rings around the beautiful figure disappeared. Her full cultivation nirvana power was retracted, and her thunder martial vein was retracted. Chapter 1917. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The evil spirits and demonic beasts retreated quickly. No one had any intention of chasing them. The loose cultivators and disciples of the small and medium-sized factions still had lingering fears. They had just escaped with their lives. If the evil spirits hadn't retreated, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. Du Xiaojing stood in the air, her clothes fluttering and her hair dancing. She stared into the distance for a moment before retracting her gaze. Everyone raised their heads to look at the woman, their expressions changing. A natural-born saint venerable, a perfect nirvana paragon. She was a true genius. Demon King, Du Xiaofu's twin sister. She's just as terrifying. An old man sighed inwardly. Compared to such a genius, all the old men present felt ashamed. Ha ha ha. Han Ke-xie laughed. His face was as pale as ash, but his laughter resounded through the air. He seemed very pleased with himself, but there was also a hint of sinister anger. He said to Du Xiaojing, "Xiaojing, you've come at the right time. Kill that brat and avenge the disciples of legalism." Han Ke-xie glared at Du Xiaofu, his gaze cold and venomous. Now that Du Xiaojing had come, it was enough to kill that brat and avenge him. At this moment, compared to Yelu Han, Han Ke-xie's killing intent towards Du Xiaofu was undoubtedly stronger. Han Ke-xie's meridian spirit had been destroyed, affecting his cultivation. It would be extremely difficult for him to improve in the future. To him, this wasn't much different from death. And this Yelu Han, he should also die. Long Ming said, a cold smile in his eyes. The evil spirits and demonic beasts had retreated, and the legalism's Du Xiaojing had come. This brat Yelu Han was definitely going to die. He had to avenge the dragon horn he had lost. Because he had been seriously injured, and the battle with the evil spirits had put him in danger several times. Kill the two of them. The remaining members of the legalism and the dragons were all excited. Du Xiaojing's arrival gave them absolute hope. Killing Yelu Han and the purple-haired man was undoubtedly in the bag. Is legalism going to strike back? The Taoist school, famous school, Jialo Guanyu, and the others all paled. At this moment, the evil spirits had retreated and Du Xiaojing had arrived. If he attacked Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man, the two of them would most likely be doomed. Chi! Yelu Han's figure landed beside Du Xiaofu. His face was also deathly pale, his expression solemn. Without a doubt, Yelu Han had chosen to fight alongside Du Xiaofu. Once Du Xiaofu made a move, neither of them would be a match for him. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu looked at Du Xiaojing and smiled bitterly. If Du Xiaojing really attacked him, it would be troublesome. Du Xiaojing's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han. His gaze was calm as he sized them up. In the end, his gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair reflected the radiance of the sun. On her otherworldly face, her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars. Although her gaze was calm, the formless aura and moving aura was enough to make anyone present unable to look straight at her. However, Du Xiaofu looked straight at her, his eyes calm. He had never looked at her seriously before. A trace of warmth flowed out from his heart. It was the warmth of a blood connection. Pfff, suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Du Xiaojing's mouth. His gaze shifted away from Du Xiaofu and he said to Han Ke, "There are still evil spirits nearby. The heavenly mountain has already appeared. It's not too late to settle some debts later." After leaving such a sentence, Du Xiaojing leaped and left. He glanced at Du Xiaofu one last time before disappearing into the sky, leaving behind some astonished people. Han Ke, Long Ming, and the rest of the legalism dragons were even more stunned. "Old Sovereign Han, what is the meaning of your legalism?" Long Ming was a little angry. He could not accept that Du Xiaojing of the legalism did not make a move. Xiaojing was injured just now. There are still evil spirits nearby. Some debts can be settled later. Han Ke said to Long Ming. In the end, he glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand to lead the legalism disciples away. "Bastard, let's go." The legalism people had already left. At this moment, Long Ming did not dare to stay any longer. After gritting his teeth and cursing in his heart, he could only follow behind and leave. That evil spirit is too strong. Du Xiaojing is also injured. She doesn't want to fight anymore. She wants to fight on the heavenly mountain. Du Xiaojing has also come to the heavenly mountain. I'm afraid no one can stop her. People from various forces began to whisper. The strength that Du Xiaojing had displayed made everyone afraid. Once they fought on the heavenly mountain, no one would be able to compete with her. Is she really injured? Du Xiaofu was a little puzzled at this moment. From the aura, he did not sense that his sister had been injured in the fight with the half-step sage evil spirit. However, the blood at the corner of her mouth was a little sudden. This made Du Xiaofu somewhat puzzled. Phew, watching Du Xiaojing leave, heavenly fiend Yelu Han was obviously relieved. He turned and cupped his fists to Du Xiaofu and said, "Thank you for today. I, Yelu Han, owe you a favor. May I know your name? I just can't stand the legalism and the dragons bullying others with numbers." Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and smiled at Yelu Han. "My name is not as resounding as yours, Fu Xiaodu. Brother Fu is too polite. In short, I, Yelu Han, owe you a favor." Yelu Han said. This time, he really did owe the other party a favor. "Shameless expert, tell me where my sister Qingqing is now." Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice of reprimand rang out. Du Xiaofu immediately raised his eyebrows. This was Du Xiaoqing's voice. The previously calm surroundings were once again stirred. Du Xiaoqing had suddenly set her eyes on the expert of the expert. She came here because of her relationship with the heavenly mountain. More importantly, she was looking for Dongli Qingqing who was being hunted by the expert. Originally, Du Xiaoqing did not have any chance of winning against the expert of the expert. However, with the expert of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan present, she would not miss this opportunity. Could it be that the desolate country wants to meddle in the affairs of the entire world? I'm afraid it's not qualified. Hui Yuan's expression was unsightly. Who doesn't know that Sister Qingqing is my brother's sister-in-law? If the expert of the expert makes a move against my sister-in-law, it's the same as making a move against the desolate country. As for qualifications, could it be that the expert of the expert group is stronger than legalism and the dragons? I advise the expert of the expert group to immediately hand over my sister-in-law. Otherwise, when my brother comes, the expert group will know that the desolate country does not have the qualifications. Du Shaoqing looked straight at Hui Yuan. Hearing this, the experts of the expert group secretly twitched their faces. They naturally knew who Du Shaoqing's brother was. When the Demon King was mentioned, they could not help but feel apprehensive. Legalism, the expert group, and the dragons had already suffered great losses. The Demon King was incomparably ferocious. However, the expert group had to deal with Dongli Qingqing no matter what. Otherwise, there would be no end to their troubles. Moreover, the expert group had been chasing after Dongli Qingqing all this time. Not only did they not succeed, but they had also suffered great losses. At this moment, Du Shaoqing was blocking their path and demanding for their sister-in-law. When they thought of this, the experts of the expert group were secretly furious. Does the desolate country really think that they can join the 9 great families? Little girl, you are even less qualified. An elder of the expert group spoke. A dignified expert was not to be trifled with. After being berated by Du Shaoqing, the expert group's reputation was greatly damaged. Do you think the expert group is so great? Dongli Qingqing is the daughter-in-law of our golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan's junior clan leader. It seems that the expert group will have to give our golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan an explanation today. His voice was neither cold nor warm, but everyone could hear the overbearing threat behind it. The one who spoke was Elder Jialo Guanyu. Dongli Qingqing had also roughly informed him of the situation through voice transmission. However, the expression of the elder from the expert group immediately turned ugly. He was most afraid of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan interfering. If the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan were to take action at this moment, none of them present would be able to stop them. Everyone looked at each other and did not say anything. Du Xiaofu also did not say anything. He just stood by the side and watched the show. Golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, don't go too far. The strongest elder from the expert group spoke. His face twitched fiercely. The golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan was a tyrannical and powerful clan. The entire expert group had no choice but to fear them. Is this going too far? If you don't hand over the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan's member today, do you believe that I won't go even further? Jialo Guanyu's eyes emitted a golden light. His aura began to surge. The threat was self-evident. That Dongli Qingqing is clearly a member of the Great Luan sect. When did she become a member of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan? The elder from the expert group was very sullen. This was clearly Jialo Guanyu deliberately looking for trouble. Do you dare say that the daughter-in-law of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan is not a member of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan? If you touch a member of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, don't blame me for being impolite. Jialo Guanyu shouted. The experts of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan all stared at the expert from the expert group. Golden light was released, and their aura surged. There were signs that they were about to attack. Jialo Guanyu, the elder from the expert group was very angry, but at this moment, he was truly afraid. He looked at Jialo Guanyu, the experts of the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan, as well as the desolate country's heavenly wolf Gu Tian Shao, Du Shaoqing, and little tiger Du. They were not easy to deal with either. His gaze sank and he said, "We are also looking for that Dongli Qingqing. She has killed many of our disciples. In that case, are we going to put the blame on the golden-winged Great Peng Bird clan?" "Humph, didn't my sister-in-law fall into the hands of your expert group? Why should I believe you?" Du Shaoqing stared at the elder from the expert group and asked. "If you want to attack, then attack. My expert group will accompany you. The elder from the expert group was angry. When had the dignified expert group ever been so sullen? The disciples of the expert group were also extremely angry. When had the disciples of the expert group ever been looked down upon like this? Moreover, they all had extremely high statuses in the expert group. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. Hearing the words of the elder from the expert group, it seemed that Dongli Qingqing had not fallen into the hands of the expert group yet. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He pondered and then secretly transmitted his voice. At this moment, the pale and handsome face of Lian Qingrong, who was watching the show from the side, suddenly changed color. His clear eyes immediately searched the surrounding crowd. In the end, intentionally or unintentionally, his gaze directly fell on Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1918. However, Lian Qingrong's gaze didn't linger for long. She looked at the disciples of the famous families and the golden-winged rocks and said, "The person the Huang country wants hasn't fallen into the hands of the famous families yet. Why do you need to stir up trouble again? Those evil spirits haven't gone far yet. If we kill each other and attract those evil spirits and demonic beasts, it will implicate everyone." Lian Qingrong's words immediately surprised everyone. The golden-winged rocks, the Huang country, and the famous families were three. Even the Taoists and Buddhists knew that it wasn't good for them to interfere. It was a whirlpool. Who would have thought that the successor of the Great Snow Mountain would interfere? Moreover, she was obviously biased towards the famous families. This naturally surprised everyone. "Lian Qingrong, what do you mean by this? Are you siding with the famous families? Back then, you were trampled on by the Rock Emperor of the Huang country. Have you forgotten the pain after the scar healed?" Mo Tianxiao's expression darkened. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lian Qingrong. "Mo Tianxiao, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Don't talk about the Huang country's ruler. If you have the ability, let's fight." An icy aura surged around Lian Qingrong. Frost appeared around her as she stared at Mo Tianxiao. "You want to fight? I want to test your current strength. I'll accompany you." Mo Tianxiao had never been a good person to provoke. Although he hadn't entered the supreme tomb in the divine domain, the benefits he had obtained later were even better than many of the geniuses who had entered the supreme tomb. He definitely wasn't afraid of Lian Qingrong. Those evil spirits just left and could return at any time. If the Huang country and the famous families both suffer heavy losses, be careful of the dragons and legalism returning. At that time, the gains won't make up for the losses. Moreover, the person the Huang country is looking for isn't in the hands of the famous families. Why go too far? At that time, if those evil spirits and demonic beasts return, it will indeed be disadvantageous to all of us. Du Xiaofu spoke, showing signs that he was siding with the famous families. Yelu Han looked at Du Xiaofu in astonishment, but then he obviously agreed with Du Xiaofu. He was already unhappy with the desolate country. Everyone was flabbergasted. No one had thought that the descendant of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, would intervene. What was even more unexpected was that the purple-haired man who called himself Fu Xiaodu and Yelu Han were also clearly supporting a famous family. These were three powerhouses with decent strength. None of them were easy to deal with. If the three of them were to really help the famous clan, then even if the desolate country and the Golden Rock clan were to win, they would have to pay a hefty price. At this moment, the happiest people were naturally the disciples of the famous families. In particular, Hui Yuan and the leader of the famous family elders were secretly pleasantly surprised. If the descendant of the Great Snow Mountain, the heavenly demon Yelu Han, and the purple-haired man really did not like the desolate country and decided to help the famous family, then they would have more support. The descendant of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, had been seriously injured by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. The heavenly demon Yelu Han had not asked for help from the desolate country at the last moment. They were afraid that this had nothing to do with the desolate country. It was definitely possible that they had been tricked by that brat Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the famous family elders did not have any doubts. It seemed that brat Du Xiaofu had many enemies outside. Jialo Guanyu's golden eyes swept across Lian Qingrong, the heavenly demon Yelu Han, and Du Xiaofu. Finally, his eyes moved away from the famous family elders. He said to Du Xiaoqing, "Little Qing, let's forget about this matter for now. Finding your sister-in-law is more important. Let's go to the Heavenly Yu Mountain to find her first. According to the information we received, that sister-in-law of yours should also be heading to the Heavenly Yu Mountain." Jialo Zhiheng said. He felt that the famous family elders did not seem to be lying. Moreover, this was indeed not the right time to make a move. With the threat of the evil spirits and demonic beasts, as well as the legalism and dragons in the vicinity, once they made a move against the famous family elders, it would not be beneficial for them. "Alright, let's go find Sister Qing first." Du Xiaoqing nodded. She did not want to immediately start a fight with the famous family elders. She only wanted to see if she could find any information about Dongli Qingqing. At this moment, she felt that the famous family elders were unable to do anything to Dongli Qingqing. The most important thing now was to find Sister Qing. Otherwise, she would not be able to face her brother when the time came. "Let's go." Jialo Guanyu soared into the sky and left. Everyone followed behind. Swoosh, swoosh, the surrounding people gradually left as well. No one wanted those evil spirits to return. After all, everyone came here for the Heavenly Yu Mountain. The golden-winged great rocks and the desolate nation's people were also in the direction of the Heavenly Yu Mountain. They followed behind. If they encountered an army of evil spirits and demonic beasts, they would be able to obtain some protection. "Let's go." The Taoists and Buddhists did not linger either. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long. They also needed to find a place to heal their injuries. The Heavenly Yu Mountain had appeared, and they did not want others to take the initiative. "Brother Yelu, you also came for the Heavenly Yu Mountain, right? There are many people from various major forces. Why don't we travel together?" Watching the golden-winged great rocks and the desolate nation's disciples leave, Du Xiaofu's eyes secretly moved. He looked at the heavenly demon Yelu Han and asked. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yelu Han nodded. This Fu Xiaofu had intervened to help. He was probably looking for an ally to enter the Heavenly Yu Mountain together. If he was alone, he would not be able to compete with the other major forces. Moreover, he still had to face the legalism and dragons, and even the school of vertical and horizontal. At this moment, he indeed needed a strong ally. "Can you come with us? We can travel together and look after each other. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu looked at the great snow mountain's descendant, Lian Qingrong, and asked. It was obvious that he wanted to form an alliance with her. "Forget it. You guys already have a lot of trouble. Take care." Lian Qingrong smiled and bluntly refused. This guy and Yelu Han are the targets of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. Is he still looking for someone to be cannon fodder? Some of the famous clan members muttered in their hearts, but they did not say it out loud. After all, these two people had helped the famous clan. "Forget it. We won't force you, but you are always welcome." Haha. Du Xiaofu smiled and signaled the heavenly demon Yelu Han with his eyes. Then, he leaped up and disappeared into the void. Seeing Du Xiaofu and the heavenly demon Yelu Han leave, the famous clans Hui Yuan and the leading old man's eyes flickered. The Great Snow Mountain's inheritance is ancient and was once prominent in the world. It was a pity that we never got to see it. Fortunately, the Great Snow Mountain has produced another descendant and shocked the world. The leading old man of the famous clan spoke to Lian Qingrong very politely. A smile hung on his pale old face as he said, "Everyone is going to the Heavenly Yu Mountain. Why don't you come with us?" We know a lot of secret information about the heavenly Yu mountain. If we go together, we can look after each other. The leading old man of the famous clan originally wanted to rope in the heavenly demon Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man. However, the two had offended the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. If the famous clan tried to rope them in, they would undoubtedly become enemies with the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. After weighing the pros and cons, the leading old man of the famous clan had no choice but to give up on the idea of roping in the heavenly demon Yelu Han and the mysterious purple-haired man. It was not wise to start a conflict with the dragons, the legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal for the two of them. On the contrary, the great snow mountain's descendant, Lien Qingrong, could definitely be roped in. "Brother Lien, please come with us." Hui Yupen spoke, his attitude extremely modest. This was the famous clan's olive branch. They wanted to rope in the great snow mountain's descendant, who would be a great help in the heavenly devil battlefield. If they could rope in her in the future, it would be even better. One had to know that she was a supreme being. She was on the same level as the heavenly wolf Gu Tianshao, the heavenly demon Yelu Han, and the fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshen. "That's fine. Then I'll have to trouble you." Lien Qingrong looked at the leading old man of the famous clan and Hui Yupen. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded under their expectant gazes. "That's great." The famous clan's members were secretly delighted. If they could rope in such a supreme being, it would definitely be a great help. The mountains were deep and lush with unknown plants that emitted light. On a mountain peak, several members of the legalism were recuperating, their bodies shrouded in light. "Xiao Jing, you should have killed that brat and Yelu Han." Han Ke asked Du Xiaojing. Although she had something to say to Long Ming, she still hadn't let it go. "Those evil spirits are being controlled by someone. Someone is nearby. The person you want to kill is hiding his strength. I can't see through him." Du Xiaojing stood on the mountain peak, looking into the distance. His gaze was calm and carried a kind of ethereal feeling. "You're saying that the brat is still hiding his strength?" Han Ke frowned. He also felt that the mysterious purple-haired man hadn't used his full strength when he fought with him. He felt like he hadn't had enough. He should be very strong. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill him. Moreover, the heavenly Yu mountain has already appeared. Let's heal quickly. It won't be too late to act after the heavenly Yu mountain is over," said Du Xiaojing. The corner of Han Ke's eyes twitched. He was speechless. He had indeed suspected that the brat was hiding his strength. "Xiao Jing, you're a disciple of the legalism. You have the bloodline of the legalism. When the heavenly devil battlefield opens, the great calamity of the world will descend again. But even if this great calamity can't be stopped, the legalism still has a chance to stay out of it. There are too many secrets in this world. With your talent, you will have unimaginable glory in the future. Do you understand?" Han Ke said sincerely. His voice was like the sound of the Tao that could penetrate people's hearts. "I understand." Du Xiaojing turned back, his expression calm. He then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. Whoosh! In a hidden cave, there were restrictions and seals set up. Inside the cave, there was a mysterious white light shrouding it. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, circulating a mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. An ancient and mysterious pressure spread out. Not far away, the heavenly demon Yelu Han was surrounded by a dark red evil aura. His injuries were not light and he had consumed a lot of energy. He could encounter the legalism, dragons, and people from the school of vertical and horizontal at any time. He needed to be in peak condition. Whoosh, the white divine light retracted. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, which were bright and clear. He spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, and the aura around him shook the void. Chapter 1919. Brother Fu, you seem to be recovering well. Yelu Han's voice sounded. He had also stopped his breathing and his face had regained some color. However, when he saw that Du Xiaofu seemed to be completely fine, he was secretly shocked. I'm fine. How is your recovery? Du Xiaofu got up and stretched his body. He cast the disguise divine art, and his entire temperament changed. I'm fine now. We can set off. Yelu Han nodded. The battle between the evil spirits and the demonic beasts didn't have much effect on him. His cultivation method and meridian spirit could absorb the baleful aura for his own use. It was extremely abnormal. The heavenly Yu mountain has appeared. I'm sure that all the forces have already gathered there. When the time comes, there will be a fierce battle. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. His sister Xiaojing, Su Yangzi, Hengluan and the others had all come for the heavenly Yu mountain. Not long ago, when the evil spirits and demonic beasts retreated, they felt a familiar powerful aura. This time, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The 9 great families, Huang country, Golden-Winged Great Peng clan and the others have the advantage in numbers. Maybe we can find some people to ally with. Otherwise, when the time comes, we will be at a disadvantage. Yelu Han pondered. He couldn't help but be wary of the legalism Du Xiaojing. This time, if it wasn't for Fu Xiaodu's help, just Long Ming and the legalism Han Kuangying would be enough to kill him. At this moment, Du Xiaojing and the others had also gone to the heavenly Yu mountain. If they didn't have the strength to protect themselves, not to mention fighting for the legendary heavenly treasures, their own lives would be in danger. However, there aren't many people who can compete with the 9 great families, the Golden-Winged Great Peng clan and the Huang country. Yelu Han frowned. It wasn't easy to form an alliance with the 9 great clans, the Huang country and the Golden-Winged Rock clan. At the very least, only the descendant of the Great Snowy Mountain, Lien Qingrong had the qualifications to form an alliance with him. Only people of that level were qualified to form an alliance with him. However, people at that level were definitely not easy to find. Even if they found them, they might not necessarily form an alliance with him. After all, the news that he was being pursued by the 9 great Peng clan, the dragons and the school of legalism had already spread across the heavenly devil battlefield. Du Xiaofu looked at Yelu Han with a faint smile on his face. Are you afraid of Du Xiaojing? I'm not afraid. Nirvana. Nirvana. Great Nirvana, a great supreme Nirvana, innate saint sovereign is as Duzazazaz is great is Nirvana, a saint to Nirvana great Peng, great Yana great Nirvana Peng greats Nirvana NN Nirvana, NNN, let's go. The heavenly Yu mountain should be very lively now. Du Xiaofu laughed heartily as he looked at Yelu Han. However, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he narrowed his eyes and said, they should also be rushing to the heavenly Yu mountain. Swoosh swoosh, a moment later, the seal of the cave opened and the 2 figures flew away. In the dusky sky, there was a radiance hanging in the sky. It was unknown whether it was the moon or the sun. The radiance was dim and covered by a red blood mist. The mountains were rugged and magnificent. There wasn't much life, but one could occasionally see a lush green land. Swoosh swoosh, 2 figures streaked across the sky. They were Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yelu Han, who were heading towards the heavenly Yu mountain. Has it always been like this? How long have we been in here? Du Xiaofu looked at the radiance in the sky covered by the blood mist and asked. It's daytime, so the radiance is brighter than at night. Some places have accumulated too much demonic aura and can't be seen. Heavenly demon Yelu Han explained to Du Xiaofu, explaining to Du Xiaofu while rolling his eyes at Du Xiaofu. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu didn't care about Yelu Han's rolling eyes. The 2 had been rushing for several hours. With their speed, they had crossed a large area. The legend of the heavenly Yu mountain was enough to attract experts from all over the world. There was also an army of evil spirits and demonic beasts. Not long ago, a half-sage evil spirit expert had appeared. Therefore, Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han didn't dare to be careless. Along the way, the two of them also encountered many creatures who were also heading towards the Heavenly Yu Mountain. However, with Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han's speed and the invisible aura they released, no one dared to provoke them. The Heavenly Yu Mountain isn't actually a mountain. It's said that it's a vast mountain range. It's surrounded by dangers and can't be climbed. Even if you reach the Heavenly Yu Mountain, you might not be able to enter. Yelu Han told Du Xiaofu everything he knew about the Heavenly Yu Mountain. He didn't hide anything. Are there living creatures in the Heavenly Yu Mountain? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. He knew that Heavenly Demon Yelu Han was the same as Lian Qingrong in Heavenly Wolf Gu Tian Shao. Although he looked young, he was someone who had sealed him. In fact, he was someone who had lived for a long time. He might even be older than Han Ke Yao and the others. Moreover, he had entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield earlier. He might know more than him. I don't know if there are living creatures in the Heavenly Yu Mountain, but saint herbs are considered living creatures. It's said that there are saint herbs in the Heavenly Yu Mountain. However, even if you enter the Heavenly Yu Mountain, it's very difficult to obtain them, Yelu Han said. Du Xiaofu clicked his tongue. He had heard many legends along the way. For example, there were rumors that if one took a saint herb, even an ordinary person could soar to the heavens in a single step. They could compete with the supreme pride of heaven, or even directly step into the saint realm. There were also rumors that the Heavenly Yu Mountain had countless spirit herbs. Over the years, some of these spirit herbs had already turned into monster spirits. You don't seem to know anything. Where did you come from? I've never heard of your name before. With your talent and cultivation strength, it shouldn't be like this. Yelu Han was very curious about Du Xiaofu. Why didn't such a young powerhouse have any fame? He hadn't even heard of him in the divine realm. This made Yelu Han even more suspicious. My sect is ancient and there are very few disciples. Now, I'm the only one left. I haven't come out for a long time. Now that the Heavenly Devil battlefield has opened, I've come out on my master's orders. I want to sweep through the world and shake the world with my name. Du Xiaofu calmly said. Yelu Han glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu. He was a bit curious, but he no longer doubted him. His situation was similar to his. What about you? Where did you come from? I heard people say that you sealed yourself. Why? Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened as he asked Yelu Han. He was also very curious about Yelu Han's origin. My sect is also ancient. In my generation, I'm the last one. I sealed myself because I wanted to fight for a great opportunity in the Sovereign Tomb and advance further. When the Sovereign Tomb was mentioned, Yelu Han still had some lingering fear and anger. Back then, he had almost been trampled to death by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Later, he had been tricked, which was why he was in such a troublesome situation now. After a slight pause, Yelu Han continued, later on, although I obtained some benefits in the Sovereign Tomb, I missed the greatest opportunity by a step. Du Xiaofu was calm when he heard this, but he was very clear in his heart. Yelu Han's words were simple, but such a person was very powerful and terrifying. Back then, he was a Nirvana sovereign, but he was willing to seal himself for thousands of years just to improve his foundation. If he had the opportunity, his achievements would be limitless. It hadn't been long since the divine domain opened. At this moment, Yelu Han was already at the half-step Nirvana realm. This kind of progress was enough to prove how terrifying his talent was. This time, you fought with the legalism's Han Ke Fong. No matter what, the legalism, the dragons, and even the school of vertical and horizontal will remember you. You have to be careful. This time, the experts from the three great clans are not limited to just Han Ke Fong, Long Ming, and the others. There are even more experts from the older generation who have come. They are searching for other places in the heavenly devil battlefield. Once they encounter us, they won't be polite. Yelu Han said to Du Xiaofu. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was because of him that they had offended the three great clans. It doesn't matter. If we really fight, who knows who will be the unlucky one? Du Xiaofu helplessly shrugged. He didn't care about the people from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. However, Du Xiaofu was also worried. A half-step sage-level evil spirit had already appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield. If the sage realm experts from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons were able to enter the heavenly devil battlefield, then things would be a bit bad. Thus, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Yelu Han didn't say much about Du Xiaofu's indifferent words. He also knew that when he fought with Han Keifeng, this mysterious man who called himself Fu Xiaodu hadn't used his full strength. Perhaps he was still holding back. Whoosh whoosh. Ow. The two of them rushed towards the heavenly Yu mountain. Along the way, they encountered more and more living beings. There were humans, beasts, and many beasts in human form. They were extraordinary, and there were many powerful auras. However, these living beings didn't interfere with each other. No one wanted to cause trouble. Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han continued on their way. Their speed surpassed many people. After a few more hours, a dark plane appeared, but there was a red blood mist lingering in the sky. I heard that after passing through this plane, we should arrive at the heavenly Yu mountain. Yelu Han said, looking into the distance. They had finally arrived at their destination. He was also filled with anticipation for the legendary Saint Medicine in the heavenly Yu mountain. If he could obtain it, he would be able to suppress all the Supreme Heaven's Pride experts. There seems to be some movement inside. Du Xiaofu didn't look at the endless dark plain. Instead, he looked at the towering mountain range on the left side of the plain. He narrowed his eyes and felt some movement. There was an extremely powerful aura fluctuating in the distance. Yelu Han frowned and looked in the direction Du Xiaofu was looking. However, he didn't see anything. This made Yelu Han secretly shocked. This was enough to prove that the other party's primordial spirit was much stronger than his. The aura seems familiar. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then jumped into the mountain range. Yelu Han stared at Du Xiaofu's back, but he had no choice but to follow. Chapter 1920. Awu. In the dusky mountain range, the roars of beasts could be heard as raging flames filled the sky. Numerous demonic beasts were wailing miserably in the flames, but they were unable to escape. One by one, the huge demonic beasts were burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. Even the demonic chi was burned into nothingness. The flames were not ordinary flames, they could burn everything. Hula, a blazing aura fluctuated as the vast sea of flames shrank. In the end, a cluster of raging flames seemed to rise. A young man in flame armor walked out of the raging flames. His eyes were like two volcanoes that could burn and destroy everything, but then the terrifying aura disappeared. This man was very young, and had an invisible aura of heaven and earth. It was as if a god of fire had descended. Why are you hiding? You're just a scoundrel. The young man in flame armor glanced at the distant sky with blazing eyes. His voice was calm, but there was a domineering aura in it. Bullshit, we're just here to watch the show. A shout came from afar. When the last word fell, two figures landed in the void. These two were none other than Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yelu Han. Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenshin, a terrifying guy. He also comes from a declining ancient power. He's a supreme Nirvana realm cultivator. When the two figures landed, heavenly demon Yelu Han's slightly surprised voice transmission fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the man in ancient flame armor in front of him? He had interacted with him in the divine domain. Back then, Du Xiaofu had learned from Qi Yi Shi and Little Xingxing that he had fought with the two of them. This Dugu Fenchen seemed to have a good relationship with Lian Qingrong. He was also an expert on the same level as the undead spirit demon Dongfang Qingmu, the dark hell emperor Ming Yao, and heavenly demon Yelu Han. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised to see Dugu Fenchen here. It seemed like this guy had most likely come for the heavenly Yu Mountain. However, he was more interested in Dugu Fenchen's current cultivation. However, Du Xiaofu secretly observed Dugu Fenchen. He discovered that Dugu Fenchen also had some kind of secret technique. His cultivation was restrained, and it was difficult to see through him. However, he could feel that his invisible aura was not inferior to the heavenly evil Yelu Han. Yelu Han. When Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenchen saw heavenly fiend Du Xiaofu, he was also secretly surprised. His blazing eyes rippled as he curiously sized up Du Xiaofu. Dugu Fenchen was curious about this unfamiliar purple-haired man. His aura was calm and undetectable. Dugu Fenchen had never met him before. Since he was able to walk together with the heavenly fiend Yelu Han, he would not be a weakling. What's the matter? Staring at Yelu Han and Du Xiaofu, Dugu Fenchen spoke. His chi was arrogant, but it wasn't annoying. People like him should be arrogant. Nothing, we're just passing by. Yelu Han's eyes flickered. His invisible aura was not inferior to Dugu Fenchen's. When the two of them met, they couldn't help but feel that neither was willing to give an inch. Du Xiaofu looked around. The vast mountain range had been burned into a dark red color by the raging flames. The blazing aura was still lingering in the air. Below him, there were traces of ancient caves and ancient remnant arrays. It seemed like the fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenchen had been searching for treasures here. He had encountered a powerful demonic beast and caused a great battle. No, we have something to do. As Yelu Han's voice faded, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said to Dugu Fenchen. Hearing this, Yelu Han's expression slightly changed. Dugu Fenchen looked straight at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Wait a moment, I'll tell you later." Du Xiaofu ignored Dugu Fenchen and asked Yelu Han, "Brother Yelu, do you think Dugu Fenchen is qualified to form an alliance with us? Aren't we looking for someone to form an alliance with? Do you think he is qualified? If not, then forget it." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yelu Han's expression couldn't help but twitch. So this guy didn't even know Dugu Fenchen. However, at this moment, they were indeed looking for someone to form an alliance with. Fire Cloud Evil God, Great Snow Mountain's descendant Lian Qingrong, and himself were all existences on the same level. Naturally, they were the most qualified. Yelu Han helplessly smiled bitterly and nodded to Du Xiaofu, saying, "He is qualified." "That's good, I thought he wasn't qualified." Du Xiaofu said seriously. Dugu Fenchen's volcano-like eyes were about to erupt at any time after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. A stranger actually didn't put him in his eyes and wanted to form an alliance with him. He even doubted whether he was qualified or not. How could Dugu Fenchen, who was originally arrogant and belligerent, endure such an attitude and contempt? His reappearance had shocked the world. A nirvana supremacy was enough to compete for supremacy among supremes. However, the other party was just a stranger, yet he did not take him to heart. "Brat, you are very arrogant, aren't you?" Dugu Fenchen stared at Du Xiaofu with raging flames in his eyes. "You will get used to it in the future." Du Xiaofu replied. He then looked at Dugu Fenchen and said, "We are looking for someone to form an alliance with and go to Heavenly Yu Mountain. You should come with us and we will split the treasures equally, how about it?" Ha 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 ha. Dugu Fenchen laughed heartily. He was very arrogant, born with an innate arrogance. He didn't even put his peers from the 9 great clans in his eyes. At this moment, this stranger was trying to rope him in to form an alliance. How could he feel good? Moreover, The news of evil spirit and being chased by legalism had spread across the entire heavenly devil battlefield. How could he not know? Even if he wanted to form an alliance with someone, he wouldn't form an alliance with Yelu Han. Dugu Fengchen stared at Du Xiaofu and said in a gloomy tone, "Are you qualified? Little Du, don't be so arrogant. Cultivation is not easy, be careful of your own mistakes." Du Xiaofu glared at Dugu Fengchen like an elder. "Which ancient sect does this brat belong to?" Yelu Han secretly smacked his lips while looking at Du Xiaofu. He wasn't afraid of Dugu Fengchen, but he definitely wouldn't put him in his eyes like this. Given Dugu Fengchen's fiery temper, calling him Little Du was enough to make him fight to the death. "Brat, I have to say, you're making me unhappy." Dugu Fengchen's words came out of his mouth. The ancient flame armor on his body emitted blazing flame runes. His aura instantly soared and the air started to distort. "AI, it seems like you don't agree. What a pity." Du Xiaofu sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment. He then glanced at Yelu Han and said, "Brother Yelu, let's kill him. He should have some good treasures on him, let's split them equally." This Yelu Han couldn't help but be startled when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. Dugu Fengchen didn't want to form an alliance with him. This was the fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fengchen. This guy actually wanted to kill him. Even if the two of them weren't inferior to Dugu Fengchen, they might not be able to kill him even if they joined hands. Defeating and killing were two completely different things. Who didn't have a few life-saving trump cards? Go all out, don't let this guy escape. Du Xiaofu patted Yelu Han's shoulder and said. Yelu Han didn't say a word. His eyes were filled with waves and his heart was pounding. The outside world called him Heavenly Fiend because he killed people without blinking an eye. But at this moment, Yelu Han felt that this seemingly gentle guy was even more vicious and merciless than him. "Come here and die." Dugu Fengchen couldn't bear it anymore. Flames surged out from his feet like a cloud of flames. He stood on top of the cloud and looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. He didn't say anything, he wanted to kill the former. This was his stance. "I will ruthlessly beat you up." Du Xiaofu cast a sidelong glance at Dugu Fengchen. He stood in the sky, facing Dugu Fengchen's blazing aura without moving. His aura was even more domineering than Dugu Fengchen's. This guy is really. Yelu Han was completely speechless. This was probably the first time in so many years that someone dared to not put Dugu Fengchen in his eyes. Even though he knew that Dugu Fengchen was unfathomable, Dugu Fengchen was definitely not an ordinary person. Dugu Fengchen's aura was clearly blazing, but his expression was ice-cold at the moment. Not to mention the past, even in the past few years, no one had ever acted so arrogantly in front of him. Some supreme-level geniuses would take a detour when they encountered him. Not many people dared to compete with him. They were afraid of fighting him. But now, this stranger in front of him didn't put him in his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 1921. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Dugu Fengchen made his move. A blazing aura instantly gushed out in all directions. Raging flames surged and turned into a flaming bird. It was destructive and terrifying. It flapped its wings and blasted open spatial ripples. It pressed down towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. This kind of aura was very terrifying. Although Dugu Fengchen didn't go all out, he didn't hold back either. Sizzle, the huge flaming bird spread its wings and covered the sky. The blazing aura of destruction was even more terrifying. It's just a so-so. If it's only this kind of strength, I'll be disappointed. You don't have the qualifications to form an alliance with me. Du Xiaofu spoke softly in a carefree manner as he soared into the sky. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. His hands formed seals, and with a sweep of his sleeve, an invisible fluctuation directly shot into the sky. There were mysterious runes flashing about, and they carried the Tao of nature as they instantly dispersed the flaming bird. In an instant, terrifying blazing flame runes poured out like lava. It was blazing and terrifying. Yelu Han didn't find it strange. He knew Du Xiaofu's strength. However, Dugu Fengchen was a little shocked. His heart trembled. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, it was enough to make an ordinary domain realm cultivator not dare to face it head-on. However, that mysterious purple-haired man had effortlessly countered his attack. With this attack, Dugu Fengchen was certain that the mysterious purple-haired man was definitely not weaker than Yelu Han. Good, you do have some ability. Dugu Fengchen no longer dared to be careless. His expression turned serious as his hair fluttered in the wind. His ancient flame armor blazed brightly as a wave of blazing flame swept out from his body. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of wind and thunder, it was like a surging tsunami as it swept toward Du Xiaofu. Sizzle, Du Xiaofu's figure moved horizontally, but he did not retreat. The terrifying flames could destroy everything. Although Du Xiaofu had concealed his strength, with the immortal Xian body and the purple flame demonic phoenix in his body, such flames could not do much damage to him. Even if Du Xiaofu didn't do anything, such fire wouldn't be able to harm his body. Qi La. This time, Du Xiaofu took the initiative to attack. With a shake of his arm, he charged through the waves of flames. He used the simplest and most direct attack, raising his fist and punching at Dugu Fengchen. Boom! Wherever this punch passed, spatial ripples spread out in all directions, cutting off and dispersing the huge wave of flames. The sound of wind and thunder resounded, as if the void was about to be shattered. The scene was simple and domineering, but the scene was extremely terrifying. There was an aura that devoured mountains and rivers, a power that looked down on the world. Dugu Fengchen's heart trembled once again. His pupils shrunk a little, but in an instant, his fist collided with Dugu Fengchen's like a fireball. Boom! The flames in the air were like a tide, surging violently as runes scattered in all directions. Qi La La, under such a punch, Dugu Fengchen's body was directly pushed back in the void. His expression instantly changed. At this moment, only Dugu Fengchen himself knew that his fist was numb with intense pain. It was as if his bones were about to crack. The purple-haired man's fist was like the toughest steel plate, almost shattering his bones. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, but his body only swayed a few times. Although he suppressed his cultivation, with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, Dugu Fengchen wouldn't be able to gain any advantage even if he went all out. He should also be at the half-step rebirth realm. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. With just one move, he had roughly probed Dugu Fengchen's true cultivation level. It seemed to be on the same level as the heavenly demon Yelu Han. Huff, Yelu Han was speechless when he saw Dugu Fengchen being pushed back while Du Xiaofu remained unmoved. Yelu Han felt that he wasn't much stronger than Dugu Fengchen. If he fought with this prefectural governor, he would also be suppressed. Boom! After being suppressed in one move, Dugu Fengchen's body was shrouded in endless magma-like flames. An ancient and mysterious pressure spread out from the ancient flame armor that covered his body. His eyes seemed to contain two volcanoes as he unreservedly released his half-step rebirth nirvana cultivation. Surging flames shot out from the void, enveloping the sky and burning the world. Are you going all out? Let's end this quickly. Sensing Dugu Fengchen's aura, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. His aura suddenly changed as well. Boom! The void suddenly changed color, and a mysterious power descended. In an instant, resplendent runes gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his body underwent a strange transformation. Du Xiaofu's body swelled and turned into a 300-meter-tall giant. This was the body of the sorcerer god. His entire body was covered in misty mist as if millions of mountains had descended from the sky. He had traveled through time and space from ancient times. The power of the sorcerer god. Are you from the scholarly faction? Dugu Fengchen couldn't help but ask in surprise. He had fought with the scholarly faction before he was sealed, so he was very familiar with the power of the sorcerer god. I have no relationship with the scholarly faction. Du Xiaofu's enormous body of the shaman god stood towering in midair as he spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap, and it caused dark clouds to press down from the sky while winds and clouds to surge. The surging energy of the shaman god traversed space from the ancient times, and it was extremely terrifying. Boom! The flames around Dugu Fengchen's body began to become violent and fierce. A blazing aura enveloped the void as if countless volcanoes were erupting. Feeling the terrifying power of the sorcerer god, he knew that today was going to be a great battle. Fire Sovereign Finger. Boom! A fingerprint swept out from Dugu Fengchen's hand. This fingerprint swept through the sky as if it contained the eruption of a volcano. Dugu Fengchen's battle intent surged as he didn't retreat. Sorcerer breaks all laws. Du Xiaofu made his move. The surrounding void was filled with endless wind and thunder. In an instant, a sea of fire covered the sky as the power of the sorcerer god enveloped the void. Du Xiaofu and Dugu Fengchen fought fiercely. The two of them exchanged several moves in an instant. The battle between the two of them could shatter the void with a raise of their hands, but it also contained an indescribable aura. Both of them could look down on their peers. This was a battle between supremes. Every move of theirs was vast and mighty, shattering the void. Boom! In this intense battle, a monstrous baleful aura suddenly surged into the sky and swept through the firmament. The billowing baleful aura gushed out from the void. Heavenly demon Yelu Han made his move and didn't stay idle. At this point, Yelu Han had no other choice. Fu Xiao had even used the power of the sorcerer god to deal with Dugu Fengchen. If he let Dugu Fengchen escape today, he would definitely come to settle accounts with him in the future. Rumble. The heavenly sound was unceasing, and 6 divine rings rose into the sky. From Yelu Han's body, a vast power surged out along with billowing baleful aura. It was as if there was a divine fire burning in his body. Dazzling dark red runes were released, turning into a majestic sea of baleful aura. The runes were suffused with a dazzling light. This sea of baleful aura turned into a solid substance, devouring everything. Kill! Kill! Yelu Han used the power of the sorcerer god and his sea of baleful aura. The sea of baleful aura surged and affected the spacetime, turning into a thunderous power that swept towards Dugu Fengchen. Yelu Han. Although Dugu Fengchen was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the battle with Du Xiaofu, his heart was heavy when Yelu Han joined the battle. However, the corners of his mouth curled up into a scorching cold smile. His eyes were filled with battle intent. He was originally a battle maniac. Ha ha ha, so what if you join hands? Dugu Fengchen laughed. Similarly, 6 dazzling lights appeared in the sky, forming a blazing divine ring that enveloped his body. It was as if he was enveloped in 6 overlapping suns. Blazing light bloomed, and an indescribable power descended from the void, distorting the space and affecting the spacetime. Boom! At the same time, mysterious talismans covered his entire body. Dugu Fengchen activated his sea of baleful aura. It was a terrifying scarlet tree vine that was golden in color and emitted a terrifying aura. It's actually the scarlet fire gold moss. Du Xiaofu was astonished. Dugu Fengchen was also a sea of baleful aura, and his sea of baleful aura was actually the terrifying scarlet fire gold moss. The scarlet fire gold moss was a terrifying thing that could burn all things. It was a legendary thing, and he was actually able to see it today. Chi Lala, his sea of baleful aura and sorcerer god's power were activated. Although he was facing the joint attack of Du Xiaofu and heavenly demon Yelu Han, Dugu Fengchen seemed to have an invisible power helping him. His strength was clearly similar to Du Xiaofu's, but at this moment, he was still able to delay the joint attack of Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han. Even Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han's attacks seemed to be within his expectations. In the beginning, Du Xiaofu didn't notice it, but after a few rounds, Du Xiaofu was already secretly shocked. How strange! Du Xiaofu was astonished. This Dugu Fenshin seemed to be able to predict his and Yelu Han's attacks, and would often dodge them in advance. It was as if he could secretly predict their attack patterns. I can't continue like this. I'll break through all techniques with force. In an instant, Du Xiaofu made a decision. No matter what kind of strange secret technique this Dugu Fenshin had, he could still suppress him with his current cultivation. Sometimes, the simplest and most direct method was also the most effective method. Boom! Du Xiaofu secretly increased his strength. The sorcerer god's body filled the sky with talismans, and countless gods and devils chanted in the surroundings. It shook the heart and soul, and its aura was vast and surging. The ancient sorcerer god's power was like a series of mountain torrents. The dense and surging sorcerer god's power traversed the void, and rumbling sounds of wind and thunder resounded incessantly. Everywhere it passed, the space would explode. Du Xiaofu swept through the void like a sorcerer god descending, crushing towards Dugu Fenshin. Every step he took caused the heaven and earth to tremble, and the universe to resonate. How can he be so strong? Dugu Fenshin was shocked. He felt that he was being crushed. The sorcerer god's power was too terrifying. It was far more terrifying than the sorcerer god's power of the scholarly faction that he had come into contact with before. Even his sect's secret technique was suppressed. Fight! However, Dugu Fenshin still didn't retreat. He had comprehended many things in battle, and even made breakthroughs in battle. He was the fire cloud evil god. This kind of battle could force him into a dangerous situation, but it could also bring him great benefits. He longed for this kind of battle. Boom! Laughter resounded. Dugu Fenshin laughed heartily. All kinds of attacks condensed like lava. Raging flames surged, and lava dripped down. The scarlet fire golden moss vein spirit pierced through the void like a fire dragon. Endless streams of lava poured down from the void, burning the void into nothingness. However, Yelu Han was definitely not Dugu Fenshin. The sea of baleful aura turned into a whirlpool, entangling Dugu Fenshin's vain spirit. The billowing baleful aura was able to resist the terrifying flames. Fight! Du Xiaofu shouted. The huge sorcerer god's body traversed the void. Accompanied by the ancient sorcerer god's power enveloping his body, it revealed an indescribable majesty and mystery. Bang, bang! Du Xiaofu rampaged, and Dugu Fenshin was forced to take a palm head-on. The sky exploded, and the sky rumbled as runes burst out resplendently. Dang, dang! Dugu Fenshin's body was forced back. His palm was numb, and that terrifying power was about to shatter his palm. His body was forced back, and his right palm was numb with intense pain. However, at this moment, Dugu Fenshin sneered. A resplendent ray of light swept out from his left hand like a thunderbolt. He took the attack head-on, but he was also prepared. He had already buried his killing move. Chi La, that resplendent ray of light swept out like a lightning bolt. A terrifying dazzling spear light swept out. Blazing flames fell from the 9 heavens like lava, exuding a destructive aura. When such a killing move was launched, it was enough to kill a true peak domain realm expert. Chapter 1922. Dazzling spear light pierced through the void and pierced through the forehead of the sorcerer god, bursting with dazzling light. Asterisk crash, asterisk in an instant, the huge sorcerer god's body crumbled. A dazzling long spear appeared, wrapped in rolling magma. Ancient runes filled the air with an ancient pressure. That terrifying aura had reached the level of a true saint artifact. It was a saint artifact. As the huge sorcerer god's body crumbled, Dugu Fenshin's hair fluttered in the wind. His blazing eyes flickered with coldness as he sneered. But in an instant, Dugu Fenchen's expression changed. His pupils suddenly shrank. Asterisk bang. Asterisk everything happened too quickly. At the same time, a fist rushed out from the void, bursting with dazzling runes. The ancient sorcerer god's power surged out and swept out in all directions, heavily hitting Dugu Fenchen's back. Asterisk clang. Asterisk under such a bombardment, the ancient blazing armor on Dugu Fenchen's back trembled. Magma spurted out and his body staggered forward, blood flowing out from his mouth. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk but the attack didn't stop. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared and punched Dugu Fenchen's back like a torrential storm. Asterisk pft, asterisk Dugu Fenchen's body was instantly sent flying. He spurted out dark red blood from his mouth. Scarlet Sky Spear. The instant his body staggered forward, Dugu Fenchen let out a short cry. Blood splattered as the Saint Artifact, the Scarlet Sky Spear, once again swept towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. A blazing light cut through the void. Saint Artifact. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He formed a seal with his hands and the void in front of him suddenly distorted. He wanted to confine the Saint Artifact. Leave it to me. But at this moment, Yelu Han's voice rang out. Billowing baleful aura turned into several beams of light. Like dazzling dark red divine chains, they instantly entangled the Saint Artifact's Scarlet Sky Spear. The sea of baleful aura was also entangled with Dugu Fenchen's spirit. Good. Du Xiaofu immediately stared at Dugu Fenchen with a smile. Dugu Fenchen's expression was cold. He was already injured and it was not light, but he was still arrogant. His battle spirit was even stronger as he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The ancient flame armor on Du Xiaofu's body emitted a resplendent light, as if it was covered in blazing lava. However, the place on his back where Du Xiaofu had struck earlier was dimmed, and there were traces of cracks. Fight! Du Xiaofu had no other choice. His Meridian Soul and Saint Artifact were both entangled by Yelu Han. He wanted to force Du Nan to retreat, so he roared and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Below them, the mountains exploded like volcanoes. The supreme power of 6 divine rings carried the momentum of heaven and earth. That resplendent light was like a beast tide. Come! Du Xiaofu couldn't ask for anything more. With a loud shout, the power of the sorcerer god around him emitted a deafening sound that made people's souls tremble. He directly punched towards Dugu Fenchen's chest. Bang! This time, Dugu Fenchen didn't dodge. A cruel and evil smile flashed in his eyes as he swept out. In this kind of situation, with the heavenly fiend Yelu Han present, Dugu Fenchen knew that if this continued, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. Relying on the strength of his armor, he wanted to directly resist Du Xiaofu's punch. Du Xiaofu's punch directly landed on Dugu Fenchen's chest. At the same time, Dugu Fenchen's fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest with a blazing aura that was like lava, emitting a rumbling sound. One punch for another, this was Dugu Fenchen's choice. Since he was already in a dangerous situation, he needed to make a choice and perseverance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. After the punch landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, Dugu Fenchen smiled evilly. He was very confident in his armor. The reason why he was able to land a few punches on the younger generation was because of the armor's protection. At this moment, although the punch on Dugu Fenchen's chest caused his blood to churn and his internal organs to tremble violently, he was still able to withstand it with the help of his armor. However, in just an instant, Dugu Fenchen's evil smile stiffened. He felt that his opponent's body didn't seem to have much of a reaction. Instead, it was his own fist that felt like it was going to shatter. Not good. At the same time, a chill rose in Dugu Fenchen's heart and his hair stood on end. A light burst out from the depths of Dugu Fenchen's eyes, causing his soul to tremble. It was very fast, and it happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. As Dugu Fenchen's fist landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, his volcano-like eyes suddenly became a little sluggish. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's fist, which had just landed on Dugu Fenchen's chest, let out a series of muffled thunderclaps. There were 13 consecutive thunderclaps that resounded through the void. This was the Du family's oscillating fist. It had been improved by Du Xiaofu with the tyrant fist way that he had comprehended. At this moment it was activated with the power of the sorcerer god. It contained the hidden force of the oscillating fist. 13 consecutive waves overlapped and landed heavily on Dugu Fenchen's chest. Crack, crack, when this kind of power surged in, the protective armor on Dugu Fenchen's chest cracked in an instant. The surrounding space was crushed by the impact. Dugu Fenchen's sluggishness only lasted for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face had already frozen. His eyes were filled with shock, and blood spurted out from his mouth. At this moment, only Dugu Fenchen himself knew that his internal organs were on the verge of shattering. This kind of injury was too serious. Confine. Dugu Fenchen was heavily injured. His vain spirit and Saint Tool were originally complementary to his body. At this moment, he was also greatly affected. Yelu Han immediately seized the opportunity to confine him. Continue. Du Xiaofu did not stop. The power of the sorcerer god surged and a series of violent attacks were launched. Dugu Fenchen's defeat was unavoidable. He was completely crushed by Du Xiaofu and was forced to retreat in the void. The armor on his body dimmed and cracked. Bang, bang, bang. Yelu Han was not a soft-hearted person. She would not miss such an opportunity. She took the opportunity to launch several surging attacks from behind Dugu Fenchen, causing him to spurt out blood again. Fire Cloud Evil God is only a so-so. Du Xiaofu shouted. The power of the sorcerer god erupted and covered the sky. It collided with the panicked Dugu Fenchen's palm. Dugu Fenchen's body fell from the sky and shattered the mountain. Rumble. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountain poured down. However, Du Xiaofu did not stop there. His purple hair fluttered and his divine aura was awe-inspiring. His body swooped down with a domineering force and a palm print landed on the mountain where Dugu Fenchen fell. Rumble, the earth shook and the mountain shook. The mountain from the top to the bottom suddenly exploded. In fact, all the mountains within a radius of 10,000 feet collapsed and shattered into dust amidst the rumbling of the earth quaking and swaying. For a moment, the surrounding sand and stones turned into a huge arc-shaped pit. Sand and stones flew and dust filled the sky. The cracks were like an abyss. Such a palm was too terrifying. Even a grand domain realm cultivator would be crushed by it. In the center of the pit, Dugu Fenchen's body lay in a sorry state. The ancient flame armor on his body had already been shattered. His hair was messy and blood-stained. His face was as pale as ash. Du Xiaofu fell into the pit and lifted Dugu Fenchen's body up. The broken ancient flame armor on Dugu Fenchen's body also turned into talisman runes and disappeared on the surface of his body, revealing a tattered scarlet battle robe that was stained with blood. As Dugu Fenchen was imprisoned, the meridian soul scarlet fire golden moss immediately dissipated in the void. The saint artifact had a spirit but its power was greatly reduced. It was completely imprisoned by Yelu Han. You lost. Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile as he looked at Dugu Fenchen who was lifted up and thrown to the side. The two of you working together is nothing. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. Dugu Fenchen was imprisoned but his voice was not restrained. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold smile. The blood at the corner of his mouth added a trace of cruelty. I like to bully others with numbers. It's so tiring to fight one-on-one. Du Xiaofu said righteously. He did not care about Dugu Fenchen's provocation and said, I'll give you one last chance. Ally with us or die. If you have the ability, then kill me and form an alliance with you. Dream on. Dugu Fenshin was very arrogant. Although his defeat was inappropriate, if he lowered his head, then he would be Fire Cloud Evil God Dugu Fenshin. You are a Nirvana supremacy, Fire Cloud Evil God. I gave you face, so why don't you give me some face as well? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? My patience is not very good. Du Xiaofu looked at Dugu Fenshin and said in a very serious manner. If you have the ability, then kill me. Dugu Fenshin replied to Du Xiaofu. Sigh, Yelu Han sighed and looked at the trapped Dugu Fenshin. He didn't feel happy in his heart. Instead, he felt a bit of heartache. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was in the divine domain and faced the demon king, Du Xiaofu. His situation was similar to Dugu Fenshin's at this moment. At that time, he was even more miserable. Bang! However, Yelu Han didn't feel that way because Du Xiaofu's fist had already landed on Dugu Fenshin's body. The punch tore open Dugu Fenshin's skin and flesh, revealing a bloody hole with dense white bones. Bang, bang, bang. Yelu Han sucked in a breath of cold air as he saw one of Dugu Fenshin's feet being held in Du Xiaofu's hand. Dugu Fenshin's feet were ruthlessly lashed on the ground like a whip. His mouth kept muttering. Isn't he just a lesser Nirvana supremacy? He hasn't even reached the reincarnation Nirvana realm. I still don't put him in my eyes. The ground trembled violently. Dugu Fenshin was smashed to his last gasp. In the end, he was thrown to the ground by Du Xiaofu once again. Yelu Han's heart jumped. He felt pain for Dugu Fenshin. PFFF, PFFF, the pitiful Dugu Fenshin, the dignified Fire Cloud Evil God, was being ravaged like this. His body was cracked and there were bloody holes all over his body. At this moment, Dugu Fenshin's eyes were lifeless. It seemed like he still hadn't recovered from his shock. He couldn't believe that he would encounter such a situation. Those who are interested, please add little U's public WeChat account uphoneyf and leave a message. Also, today's third update will be completed. Chapter 1923. Ha 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 ha, he was in a sorry state and dripping with blood, but Dugu Fenshin laughed. His laughter made people sigh. The corner of his mouth was mottled with blood as he said, "Is this all you've got? You don't even have the ability to kill me?" Du Xiaofu looked at Dugu Fenshin as some ripples appeared in his eyes. He no longer paid any attention to Dugu Fenshin and openly took all the items in the latter's Qianquan bag. The pitiful Dugu Fenshin was imprisoned and could only watch as Du Xiaofu searched his body without restraint. He was powerless and could only watch with fire in his eyes. How should we deal with this guy? Yelu Han stepped forward, glancing at Dugu Fenshin on the ground and asked Du Xiaofu. Just kill him, said Du Xiaofu. Really, kill him? Yelu Han was stunned. So this guy really wanted to kill Dugu Fenshin. Killing a few people was nothing to him, but this was the Fire Cloud Evil God, an existence on the same level as him. Ha 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 ha, I've lost today. But it's not worth it to die in the hands of you two. Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han, I'm ashamed to be on the same level as you. Dugu Fenshin laughed. He had lost today, but he was unwilling. He loved to fight and rarely lost. But today, he was besieged by two people. He was unwilling to accept it. Du Xiaofu glanced at Dugu Fenshin. He felt some admiration for this guy's arrogance. This was a true supreme being with the blood of a supreme being. Dugu Fenshin, a loss is a loss. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, you wouldn't have any advantage. Why throw away your life? Since we're on the same level, it's not too late to form an alliance with us. Yelu Han also felt some admiration for Dugu Fenshin. At least, he was much better than the cowardly Mo Tianhao who joined Du Xiaofu. Brother Yelu, I heard that there are some spirit talisman masters that can refine a living person into a puppet. Their strength would increase instead of decreasing. You say that this fellow is a Nirvana stage martial artist after all, so the effect would definitely be better. What do you say we find a spirit talisman master to refine him into a puppet? Du Xiaofu suddenly looked at Yellow Han and said seriously, even if we can't find such a spirit talisman master, we can sell this guy to the Phoenix race or other large races as a battle servant. We will definitely obtain great benefits. This, hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yellow Han's heart couldn't help but tremble. Refining Nirvana transcendence into puppets and selling them to the Phoenix clan as battle servants. This was even worse than killing them. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as if he was deep in thought. He slowly said, maybe we can hold an auction and strip Dugu Fenshin of his clothes. Maybe there will be women who like this. Whoever wants this guy, the highest bidder will get it. This is too immoral. Yellow Han looked at Du Xiaofu and began to roll his eyes. To the fire cloud evil god, this was an absolute humiliation. It was 10 times worse than certain death. Bastard, you dare. Dugu Fenshin was thrown to the ground. After hearing Du Xiaofu's words, he immediately cursed. Take a guess. You can't beat me anyway. Du Xiaofu simply ignored Dugu Fenshin. Dugu Fenshin's eyes were lifeless. He was thinking that if he was stripped naked by this bastard before him, then it would be better to kill him 10 times over. He was Dugu Fenshin. To him, there were some things that were even more important than death. For example, dignity and pride. Dugu Fenshin was truly afraid. His eyes began to flicker. Brother Fu, Dugu Fenshin is after all a Nirvana supremacy. Why don't we give him another chance? Yellow Han's eyes shifted and secretly gave Du Xiaofu a meaningful glance. Right now, he is not giving me a chance. If he was willing to ally with us from the beginning, then this wouldn't have happened. Du Xiaofu said knowingly. Yellow Han looked at Dugu Fenshin who had been thrown to the ground with a regretful expression. He softly said, Brother Dugu, think carefully again. Ally with us, or be refined into a puppet, or become a battle servant. This is your final choice. It doesn't matter if you are ashamed to be on the same level as me, but I can tell you that Brother Fenshin's temper is not very good. Not long ago, if Du Xiaojing hadn't arrived in time, the legalism sect's old sovereign Han Ke Feng would have almost died at his hands. Hearing this, Dugu Fenshin's expression changed. He didn't expect that this guy would even dare to deal with the legalism's Han Ke Feng. He was afraid that this guy would really dare to auction him. The value of his body was truly immeasurable. He had no other choice now. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. If he didn't want to be refined into a puppet or sold as a battle servant, then he could only ally with these two. I will only ally with you. I won't listen to you. In addition, after leaving the Heavenly Devil battlefield, we will no longer have any relationship. Dugu Fenshin looked at Yellow Han and said in a deep voice, otherwise, I will let you do whatever you want with me. But don't give me another chance, or I will absolutely not let you go. You should have said so earlier. Then you wouldn't have been beaten. Du Xiaofu immediately revealed a smile when he heard this. Several hand seals fell and directly released the seals on Dugu Fenshin's body. The few Qinkuan pouches that he had just plundered from Dugu Fenshin's body were also enthusiastically stuffed into Dugu Fenshin's arms and said, since we are allies now, this is just a small token. Don't be so polite. Why should I be polite? This is mine. Dugu Fenshin's heart was burning with anger. He muttered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. This Qinkuan pouch was obviously his, but this guy was still boasting shamelessly. Aren't you afraid that I won't keep my word? But at the same time, Dugu Fenshin was very surprised that this guy had actually released the seal on his body. You are the fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin. Your words carry enormous weight, so I naturally believe you. Du Xiaofu said indifferently. Given this guy's arrogance, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Of course, Du Xiaofu wouldn't believe him without reservation. But even if this guy went back on his word, he could still suppress him with his current strength. This was also a kind of probing, so he had to secretly pay more attention. On the other hand, Dugu Fenshin raised his eyebrows when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. He couldn't help but feel somewhat pleased. "This is yours, I'll return it to you." Seeing that Du Xiaofu had returned the Qiankuan pouch, Yelu Han had no choice but to return the saint weapon, Scarlet Sky Spear, to Dugu Fenshin. It was a genuine saint weapon, so Yelu Han felt somewhat reluctant to part with it. "Come, take these pills. Don't blame me if I hit you too hard. Who asked you to be so strong? If I didn't use my full strength, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you." Du Xiaofu said as he enthusiastically took out a lot of healing pills and handed them over to Dugu Fenshin. Dugu Fenshin was somewhat speechless. He was obviously beaten up, but now that this guy mentioned it, he felt somewhat happy in his heart. This guy changed his face too quickly. Yelu Han raised his eyebrows. The guy in front of him really changed his face quickly. He had a faint feeling of déjà vu in his heart. Chapter 1924. Dugu Fenshin's injuries were not light. His body was cracked and he needed time to heal. The commotion caused by the battle between the three of them must have attracted the attention of many living beings in the surroundings. Swoosh swoosh, the three of them quickly left and entered the plains. They found a hidden place to allow the fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin, to recover a little. In the depths of the plains, there were many figures. Monstrous beasts roared and ferocious birds spread their wings. The heavenly U-mountain appeared at the end of the plains, attracting many living beings. Many beasts could be seen. There were 8-winged ferocious birds and even 3-legged demonic bulls. All of them had powerful auras. At the end of the plains, there were many boulders that stood like small mountains. The outline of a vast mountain range floated in the air ahead. It didn't seem far, but it was actually separated by a vast space. The outline of the mountain range was vast and boundless. It was like a world had fallen and floated in the air. It felt like a mirage. However, even though it was separated by a vast space, one could still feel the spiritual energy of the world surging towards them. At the end of the plains, where the boulders were closer to the outline of the mountain range, the boulders were in excellent positions. As a result, they were also occupied by some powerful forces and experts. Some loose cultivators and small forces could only occupy the surrounding areas. Although the Heavenly Devil battlefield was filled with opportunities and there were many legendary special places, the appearance of the Heavenly U-mountain still attracted many living beings. The attraction of the legendary sacred medicine was enough to make any living being unable to resist its temptation. At the end of the plains, there was a clamor everywhere. The roars of beasts were endless. Many living beings had gathered there. They came from the 3 continents, Kyushu, the Beast region, and other places. They all belonged to different races and forces, so it was inevitable that there would be disputes. This was an ungoverned land, so it was very chaotic. Occasionally, there would be people shouting and fighting. It wasn't strange for there to be casualties. However, no one dared to affect the experts and great forces in front of them. Those people weren't people that anyone could provoke. As for those experts and major forces, they were all paying close attention to the front. Naturally, they wouldn't pay much attention to the fights and deaths as long as they didn't provoke them. Quite a number of figures were currently entrenched on a large boulder in front of them, all of them emitting powerful auras. Among them, there was a slender middle-aged man with a fair complexion. The aura from his body was extremely powerful. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this person as the Sky Serpent clan member who had surrounded Domain Lord Zi Tian back then. His beast region cultivation was definitely one of the strongest in the entire Heavenly Devil battlefield. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man was standing next to several people on the huge rock. It was clear that those people had higher statuses than him. Demon King Du Xiaofu, is he alone? An old man in a loose black robe spoke from the boulder. His complexion was ruddy, and his figure was slightly plump. He had a pair of long, narrow, and deep eyes. A single glance from him would cause one's heart to palpitate. Second great uncle, Demon King Du Xiaofu, is alone. His strength is too strong and unfathomable. The middle-aged man with fair complexion was still pale, adding to his sickly appearance. He still had lingering fear when he recalled the Demon King Du Xiaofu's terrifying roar a few days ago. Just a single roar had injured his beast soul. If the other party hadn't held back, none of them would have been able to escape. Demon King Du Xiaofu, is this a show of force against my Sky Serpent clan? Hearing this, the black-robed old man's eyes darkened. Although the desolate country was like the sun in the Sky Serpent clan definitely had a deep foundation. Even the 9 great families, the dragons, and the phoenixes had to give them some face. That Demon King Du Xiaofu had injured the beast soul of a domain realm expert of the Sky Serpent clan. This wasn't giving the Sky Serpent clan too much face. Second great uncle, that Demon King Du Xiaofu, is too terrifying. He also has the Golden Winged Rock clan, the Yin-Yang school, the School of Agriculture, and the School of Mo behind him. Let's just forget about it. The middle-aged man had lingering fear. He knew his second great uncle's temper. If it had been someone else, he would have begged his second great uncle to take revenge. However, the Demon King Du Xiaofu had shocked him too much. He was afraid of him and didn't want to provoke him anymore. The old man glanced at the fair-skinned middle-aged man and snorted, he's just relying on the forces behind him. My Sky Serpent clan isn't something that anyone can look down on. If he meets me, I don't mind letting him know why my Sky Serpent clan has been able to stand tall for so long. Densely packed figures gathered on the plain. They were either in groups of 3 to 5 or occupied by great forces. It was rare to see someone alone. 3 young men in their 20s walked on the plain. Their auras were restrained. At this moment, they were inconspicuous among the densely packed creatures. No one would pay attention to them. These 3 people were Du Xiaofu, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenchen. After Dugu Fenchen had recovered from his injuries, the 3 of them had rushed over. Is that the Heavenly Yu Mountain? The world spirit Qi is so dense. In the distance, the outline of a vast mountain range floated in the air like a world had fallen. One could faintly make out the overlapping mountain peaks. Dense spiritual Qi of the world assaulted Du Xiaofu's face, surprising him. There was actually such a place in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. The Heavenly Yu Mountain has appeared. However, it's not the time to enter yet. Everyone is still waiting. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han said. His eyes were fixed on the outline of the mountain range in the distance. Let's find a place to rest. Dugu Fenchen said. His face was pale and his hair was a little messy. He didn't have a smile on his face. He gave people a feeling that he was in a bad mood. Cheer up. If you act like this, others will think that Yelu brother and I have done something to you. Du Xiaofu looked at Dugu Fenchen with a smile on his face. Dugu Fenchen glared at Du Xiaofu's smiling face. He didn't say anything and directly walked forward. If you can't see me here, get lost. A black-scaled demonic bear, which was about 10 meters tall, stood upright. Its ferocious eyes glowed as Dugu Fenchen walked right in front of it without any scruples. It was a sign of contempt toward the bear. The aura of a complete sovereign beast burst out as it shouted at Dugu Fenchen with a thunderous voice. Bang! Dugu Fenchen didn't even turn his head. He directly slapped the demon bear. An invisible blazing aura pierced through the space. The demon bear didn't even know what had happened. Its body directly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Many creatures in the surroundings originally wanted to watch the show. However, when they saw this scene, they immediately trembled and retreated. That sickly red-clothed youth was actually a terrifying expert. His temper is not small. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and immediately chased after him. Yelu Han was helpless. It seemed that Dugu Fenshin was very sullen in his heart. Giant boulders stood in great numbers like a mountain peak, occupied by many experts and great forces. Some were paying close attention to the heavenly Yu mountain in front of them, while others were narrowing their eyes and resting with their eyes closed. No creature dared to provoke these experts and great forces. However, Dugu Fenshin, Du Xiaofu, and Yelu Han came and looked around. Everyone is here. Du Xiaofu secretly moved his eyes. On the surrounding boulders, there were many familiar figures. The Taoist, Buddhist, Huang country, and the golden-winged great ping bird race were all present. There were also many experts, many of whom were familiar faces. Lian Qingrong and the eye-catching 8 maidservants walked together with the famous experts. They were highly valued by them. Xiao Jing. On the boulder at the very front, there was a graceful figure sitting cross-legged. Her hair hung down to her waist, but Du Xiaofu was able to recognize her with a single glance. She was his younger sister, Xiao Jing. Long Ming and the others of the dragons were also walking together with the legalism group. That place is not bad. I want it. Du Xiaofu looked around. Dugu Fenshin was looking at the boulder where the Taoist group was. He raised his eyebrows and wanted to snatch it. That's the Taoist group. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Dugu Fenshin. Was this guy deliberately looking for trouble? He actually wanted to snatch the Taoist group's territory. Not to mention that the Taoist group also had extraordinary experts. Just based on his relationship with the Taoist group, he could snatch anyone but the Taoist group's territory. What, are you afraid? Dugu Fenshin looked at Du Xiaofu with contempt and disdain. He was very unhappy. Although he agreed to form an alliance with these two, he was especially sullen along the way. I'm afraid. When have I ever climbed? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Dugu Fenshin. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. He said, but let me tell you, the 3 of us are in an alliance. That Du Xiaojing is here. If something happens, you will be the first to suffer. Du Xiaofu reminded Dugu Fenshin. If they provoked the Taoist group at this time, it would not be good if they let others benefit from it in the end. The dragons and legalism were both here. Hearing this, Dugu Fenshin looked around. Suddenly, he smiled at Du Xiaofu with ill intentions and said, I think that place is not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Dugu Fenshin's figure directly flashed out and charged towards a huge rock not far away. With a sweep of his crimson robe's sleeve, a gust of strong wind swept out and instantly blasted several figures away. Bang, 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 several people fell, their noses bruised and their faces swollen. Dugu Fenshin also landed on the boulder and said indifferently, you can leave this place. An indifferent voice was emitted. At this moment, there were still quite a number of figures on the huge rock. Their expressions suddenly became gloomy. The narrow and deep eyes of a black-robed old man at the front were filled with a sharp chill. You're courting death. A voice filled with killing intent was heard. Almost at the same time, a figure rushed out. Profound chi surged and the figure was like lightning. Accompanied by a thunderous finger seal, killing intent swept out and pointed at Dugu Fenshin's forehead. This aura was very strong. It was a sealed domain realm expert of the beast race. Before the finger seal, the space directly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. It instantly reached Dugu Fenshin's forehead. Chapter 1925. You're courting death. Such a voice was emitted from Dugu Fenshin's mouth. His expression was indifferent, but his voice contained a domineering arrogance that could not be provoked. He shook his arm and a similar finger shot out. A blazing aura penetrated the air and collided with the former's finger in an instant. The 2 fingerprints collided not far away from Dugu Fenshin. Spatial ripples immediately surged as a pitch-black circle spread out from the point of contact. However, a terrifying force instantly swept out like a scarlet bolt of lightning. It carried a terrifying blazing aura as it instantly drilled into the fingertip of the sealed domain realm beast cultivator. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. The sealed domain realm beast's finger was instantly vaporized, as if it had been dropped into molten lava. Then, starting from his fingertip, his palm and arm shattered inch by inch, turning into a pool of blood that evaporated in the scorching heat. Although Dugu Fenshin's injuries were far from healed, he was still far from being a match for a sealed domain realm beast. Chi La. A black-robed old man appeared in front of him. A sharp blade of energy instantly severed the sealed domain realm beast's arm, then turned into a bloody mist in the blazing heat. The former's arm was severed, and he screamed in agony as blood flowed out. However, he took the opportunity to escape. His eyes were still trembling with fear. Swoosh swoosh Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han landed beside Dugu Fenshin. They glanced around, their eyes flickering. The Heavenly Snake Clan. Du Xiaofu recognized the people on the boulder. When his sixth martial uncle, Domain Lord Zi Tian, had been surrounded, several members of the Heavenly Snake Clan had been present. The Heavenly Snake Clan was a powerful clan in the Beast region. Even the dragons, phoenixes, and other supreme beast clans had to give them some face. There had been a Heavenly Snake sect in the Central Plains, and Dugu Fenshin had come into contact with them in the Savage Beast Mountain Range. Later on, he had fought with the Heavenly Snake sect. Some people's bloodline souls came from the Heavenly Snake Clan. Du Xiaofu wondered if the Sky Snake sect had anything to do with the current Sky Snake Clan. Such a commotion immediately alerted the experts and major forces on the surrounding boulders. Everyone looked over curiously before their expressions changed abruptly. It's them. Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han and Fu Xiaodu. The experts on the boulders and the people from the major forces exclaimed in surprise. This was especially so for the Buddhist, Taoist, famed scholars, legalism, and desolate country factions. Many of them were astonished. Two of the three had defeated the legalism Han Ke and the dragons Long Ming not long ago. That Yu Luo of the Heavenly Snake race probably doesn't know that he has run into a tough rock this time. Among the Taoists, an old man beside Su Yangzi had a bitter smile on his old face. He knew of the Heavenly Serpent race's elder, Yu Luo, but the mysterious Fu Xiaodu and Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han were definitely not to be trifled with. However, even though Yu Luo was very strong, he was still slightly inferior to Han Ke from the school of legalism. The guy beside Yelu Han and Fu Xiaodu seems to be the fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin. Su Yangzi's eyes rippled. He had seen Dugu Fenshin in the Divine Dominion before. Every time he appeared, he would be covered in ancient magma-like armor. At this moment, the scarlet-clothed man who seemed to be in a sorry state and weak state seemed to be the terrifying existence Dugu Fenshin, a battle maniac. The fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin, is another supreme being. Why is he with Yelu Han and Fu Xiaodu? The Taoists' expressions changed when they heard Su Yangzi's words. Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han and fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin. Why are they together? So that's Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han and fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin. Who else is there? The other one is also an unfathomable expert. The people from the major forces on the boulders immediately recognized fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenshin. Back in the Divine Dominion, the fire cloud evil god's glory was so dazzling that people from the major forces had personally witnessed it. In the famous school and legalism groups, everyone looked at Yelu Han and Du Xiaofu with complicated expressions. However, they didn't look at them kindly, and their eyes were cold. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenshin. Her clear eyes also flashed with different fluctuations. At the same time, the Heavenly Snake Clan's Yu Luo's expression changed. A disciple of the clan had told him the identities of the three young men in front of him. Yu Luo also heard confirmation from the surrounding discussions. No wonder these three people dared to provoke the Heavenly Snake clan. Among the three, there was a name that he had never heard of. However, Yu Luo had long heard of Fire Cloud Evil God, Dugu Fenshin, and Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han. They were two powerful supreme beings who had left behind their illustrious glory in the divine dominion. Dugu Fenshin, Yelu Han, you don't put my Heavenly Snake clan in your eyes. Yu Luo said. Although he knew that Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han were supreme beings, the Heavenly Snake clan wasn't a clan that anyone could provoke. Even if the dragons and phoenixes came, they wouldn't dare to treat the Heavenly Snake clan like this. This was a blatant provocation to the Heavenly Snake clan. Moreover, how could Yu Luo not see that Dugu Fenshin had yet to recover from his injuries? The Heavenly Fiend Yelu Han's name had been spread all over the Heavenly Devil battlefield and was being hunted down by the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. At this moment, there were people from the legalism here. What does it have to do with me? Yelu Han's expression was ugly as he cursed in his heart. It was obvious that Dugu Fenshin was deliberately causing trouble. What is the Heavenly Snake clan? I don't know. Dugu Fenshin glanced at Yu Luo. Brat, you are courting death. On the huge rock, Yu Luo looked at Dugu Fenshin with a cold gaze. These three young men were provoking the Heavenly Snake clan and didn't put him, Yu Luo, in their eyes. He had some misgivings about these three people, but he wasn't afraid of them. At this moment, there weren't any Saint Realm cultivators in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. There weren't many people who could make him afraid. Don't try to act old in front of me. Are you courting death? Dugu Fenshin's gaze was indifferent. It was as if he did not place Yu Luo of the Sky Serpent clan in his eyes at all. However, when his voice sounded, he retreated without leaving a trace and stood beside Du Xiaofu and Yelu Han. A sneer flashed across his eyes without leaving a trace. Boom! A terrifying cold aura swept out from Yu Luo's body. It was majestic and shook the void. Mysterious runes soared into the sky as a cold shout was heard at the same time. Brat, you are courting death. Boom, 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 behind Yu Luo, the auras of many experts from the Heavenly Snake clan erupted at the same time. The surrounding void suddenly became distorted. Monstrous auras gushed out like volcanoes and swept across the land. When the experts from the Heavenly Snake clan erupted, some of the living beings in the surroundings, especially the living beings from the Beast clan, were stunned for a moment. Palpitations climbed up from the bottom of their hearts as shock surged from the bottom of their hearts like weeds. Chapter 1926. Although the Heavenly Serpent clan could not be compared to supreme beast clans like the dragons, phoenixes and golden-winged great rock clans, they were definitely a peak clan amongst the beast clans. A few little snakes also dared to be so arrogant. Dugu Fenshin did not seem to mind the matter. He looked at Yu Luo and laughed mockingly. He did not seem to care at all. Yu Luo's face gradually turned gloomy as he looked at Dugu Fenshin's mocking smile. There were folds on his slender arms. His 5 fingers were bent and a heart-palpitating light flickered. It was as though black lightning was leaping and flickering on his 5 fingers, bringing about pitch-black spatial scars. Those who provoke my Heavenly Serpent clan, die. The killing intent in Yu Luo's eyes was not concealed. Cold light shot out in all directions. The instant his feet stepped forward, his body strangely disappeared from the spot. Following the disappearance of Yu Luo's body, many gazes on the surrounding huge rocks changed. They did not expect Yu Luo to really attack. I'm afraid that Yu Luo has kicked a steel plate. However, many people from the various large factions secretly sighed. They had no choice but to pray for Yu Luo. Chi! In an instant, a wave appeared in the space in front of the fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin. Yu Luo's figure appeared. His 5 fingers were bent and a majestic dark and cold energy gathered between his 5 fingers. It transformed into a claw that swept out and instantly grabbed towards Dugu Fenshin. Cracks appeared in the space in front of the claw. The space would shatter at any moment. Such a frightening dark and cold claw caused even Dugu Fenshin to secretly frown. Even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not dare to be careless. You dare to touch my little brother. Old snake, you are asking for a beating. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Dugu Fenshin. His eyes narrowed as he cried out loudly. You are seeking death. Yu Luo let out a sharp cry. The claw that was originally grabbing towards Du Xiaofu was instantly accompanied by a pitch-black light circle and a frightening wind that tore through space. It cunningly and viciously grabbed towards the top of Du Xiaofu's head. Du Xiaofu shook his arm in front of everyone's eyes. A fist that was filled with light was suddenly thrown out. The punch was simple and direct. Then, it collided with Yu Luo's claw imprint. Bang! Immediately, a muffled sound that made one's scalp go numb and ears rumbled. Frightening air waves and shattered secret symbols spread out like floodwaters from the point of contact between the fist and claw, causing spatial waves to surge along the way. Dang dang, the sharp and cold claw imprint came into contact with the fist and paused for a short moment. Then, Yu Luo's body suddenly trembled, and he staggered back from the shock wave. Yu Luo hurriedly took a few steps back, and the rock beneath his feet sank deeply. In the end, he stomped his foot on the ground, causing cracks to spread. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. This scene caused the surrounding gazes to suddenly freeze. This was especially true for those who didn't know Du Xiaofu but knew Yu Luo's strength. They were all secretly shocked. After stabilizing himself, Yu Luo raised his head. Shock surfaced on his old face that was filled with dark killing intent. Only then did his gaze carefully land on Du Xiaofu's body. He stared intently at Du Xiaofu and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Following Yu Luo's question, Du Xiaofu also became the focus of everyone present. What kind of existence was this young man who could make Yu Luo retreat with a single strike? Didn't you hear clearly? You want to touch my little brother? Old snake, are you looking for a beating? Du Xiaofu didn't pay much attention to Yu Luo as he said this. The fire cloud evil god Dugu Fenshin is his little brother. However, such a sentence caused countless gazes in the surroundings to secretly ripple. Dugu Fenshin was stunned. Soon after, he glared angrily at Du Xiaofu. Yu Luo stared at Du Xiaofu with resentment. The intense pain in his palm made him realize that the mysterious purple-haired young man in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, the surrounding gazes were like thorns that pierced his heart. It was an absolute humiliation. He had cultivated for thousands of years, even longer than the legalisms Han Quebec. However, at this moment, he was being looked down upon by a junior. He was forced to retreat with a single strike. Not putting the Sky Snake clan in his eyes was also a slap to his face. This caused the chill in his heart to surge wildly. Brat, no matter who you are, you will pay the price today. Yu Luo's eyes revealed an ominous glint. His gloomy voice caused many experts in the surroundings to feel a chill in their hearts. You are an old snake and there are a few dragons beside you. If you can be stewed into a soup, it will definitely taste good. Du Xiaofu looked at Yu Luo and sized him up seriously. He was like a wolf that had seen meat. As he spoke, he licked his lips and almost drooled. This fellow seems familiar. Su Yangzi, Heng Luan, Kong Sansi and the rest felt a sense of familiarity when they saw the purple-haired man's drooling expression. Only the dragons, Long Ming and the rest had their faces twitching violently. That Fu Xiaofu was openly looking down on the dragons and had been insulted for no reason. Tsk tisk, Yu Luo's cold laughter was filled with unparalleled killing intent. His eyes revealed a sinister expression as he furiously said, "Brat, when you land in my hands, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. The instant his voice sounded, Yu Luo's figure disappeared once again. The instant his figure disappeared, a faint smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's calm face. He took half a step forward, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly punched towards the space to his left. Boom! This punch shattered the space ripples, and a large area of space caved in at lightning speed. Yu Luo's figure, who had disappeared in an instant, appeared within it with a shocked expression. However, at this moment, mysterious runes surged out from Yu Luo's body. His body expanded, and his aura suddenly erupted like a storm. Woo woo, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing hiss, Yu Luo transformed into a huge black heavenly serpent within the distorted space. This wasn't an ordinary serpent. This was a supreme heavenly serpent of the serpent tribe. Its aura was overwhelming, and a rumbling sound could be heard in the space. It was like a black dragon that was circling around, and its aura was terrifying. Terrifying energy spread out from the black heavenly serpent's body. The surrounding space was completely distorted, and a long vacuum mark appeared. It faintly revealed a deep black light, as if the entire space would explode at any time. At this moment, the black heavenly serpent's main region aura swept out without any concealment. That kind of suffocating pressure caused the hearts of the surrounding creatures to fly out of their wits. Little bastard, you've angered me. Yu Luo's voice was frighteningly cold. His huge black dragon-like body was above Du Xiaofu's head. His sharp, cold, and ferocious eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything, but his hand seals were forming. A mysterious aura spread out from his body, and his body expanded. An extremely shocking energy suddenly soared from his body, shaking one's soul and causing the sky to change color. In just an instant, Du Xiaofu's body transformed into the body of the sorcerer god. His entire body emitted a misty fog, and it was as if a million mountains had descended from the sky. Buzz buzz, dark clouds pressed down in the sky, and the wind and clouds surged in the void. The surging power of the sorcerer god seemed to have traversed through time and space from ancient times. This terrifying aura was clearly much more terrifying than the former. It caused everyone present to tremble, and they almost went limp. The sorcerer god's power of the scholarly faction. Boom! When faced with the power of the sorcerer god that Du Xiaofu had transformed into, Yu Luo's huge eyes suddenly changed color. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't stop at all. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. His huge body soared into the sky, and it was as if there were countless gods and devils chanting around the sorcerer god's body. He shook his arm and directly slapped towards Yu Luo's black heavenly serpent body. Rumble, the power of the sorcerer god surged, and the runes that filled the sky surged like a torrential flood. The rumbling of wind and thunder didn't stop, and everywhere it passed, space exploded. Yu Luo's ferocious eyes changed color. Black light soared into the sky from his body, and his huge body soared into the sky like a dragon. Bang, the body of the sorcerer god collided with the black heavenly serpent. Runes surged in the sky, and spatial ripples spread out in all directions like boiling water. The two separated upon contact, but Yu Luo's black heavenly serpent body was directly slapped back. Boom! At the same time, there seemed to be tens of thousands of rays of light shooting out from Du Xiaofu's huge body. The mysterious runes surged like rays of light and shrouded Yu Luo's black heavenly serpent body, causing the surrounding space to distort. Old snake, how dare you behave so atrociously? After these words were spoken, Du Xiaofu's body soared into the sky and landed a punch on Yu Luo's back. The surrounding space distorted, and the punch was as fast as lightning. Yu Luo couldn't dodge it at all. He could only release mysterious runes to cover the surface of his body to defend. How dare you touch my little brother? Bang! Why didn't you leave when I asked you to? Bang! I even dared to beat up Han Ke for legalism. Why would I be afraid of the Heavenly Serpent clan? Bang! Loud roars sounded from the sorcerer god's body like thunder. Amidst the surging winds, the sorcerer god's power surged. Under Du Xiaofu's continuous punches, the mysterious runes on the surface of Yu Luo's body had already been shattered. Then, Du Xiaofu grabbed Yu Luo's huge tail and slammed him onto the ground. Rumble, the ground cracked, and the mountain rocks exploded. The earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. The surrounding living beings were frightened, and their legs turned to jelly as they were forced to retreat in fear of suffering an unexpected calamity. Pfff, the pitiful Yu Luo's body cracked, and he was dripping with blood. He spat out blood from his hideous mouth, which was stained with dust and blood. He was in an extremely sorry state. Qi La, a claw mark swept out from Du Xiaofu's hand. Then, dozens of kilograms of heavenly serpent flesh and skin were ripped off from Yu Luo's huge body. The intense pain made Yu Luo scream in agony. "I'm warning your heavenly serpent clan. Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, I'll stew you." Du Xiaofu grabbed Yu Luo's huge tail and swung it horizontally in the air. Qi La La, in an instant, Yu Luo's huge heavenly serpent body flew out like a meteorite. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and the remaining heavenly serpent clan members watched in despair as he ruthlessly smashed into the distant plains. Bang bang bang. The ground trembled, and cracks spread out. Countless rocks and dust surged into the sky. Chapter 1927. This scene happened very quickly and shocked everyone. Many people's eyes were about to fall out. Even Dugu Fengqian's eyes twitched. He was indeed displeased, so he purposely wanted to cause trouble for Fu Xiaodu and Yelu Han. He couldn't provoke legalism, dragons, Taoism, and so on. So, Dugu Fengqian took a step back and purposely provoked the Heavenly Snake clan because he felt that there was an extraordinary expert overseeing the clan. However, Dugu Fengqian didn't expect Yu Luo's cultivation to be so weak. He also didn't expect Fu Xiaodu to be so ruthless. He didn't put the Heavenly Snake clan in his eyes at all. However, Dugu Fengqian originally wanted to cause some trouble for Fu Xiaodu and Yelu Han. He didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Fu Xiaodu wasn't worried about the Heavenly Snake clan at all. Du Xiaojing, who was sitting cross-legged in legalism's formation, opened his eyes at some point in time. He looked at the figure who had transformed into the sorcerer god's body. A ripple flashed through his calm eyes. Then, Du Xiaojing calmed down and closed his eyes again. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Where did that guy come from? At this moment, the scholarly disciples were deep in thought. That mysterious purple-haired youth had such a powerful sorcerer god's power. His origins were too mysterious. Du Xiaofu withdrew his sorcerer god's body and landed on the huge rock. The Heavenly Snake clan experts who were originally on the huge rock had already retreated in shock when Yu Luo was flung away. They didn't dare to stay any longer. This old snake's meat should be pretty good. It's just that it smells a little fishy. I need to marinate it properly. Du Xiaofu carried the dozens of kilograms of meat that had been torn off Yu Luo's body. He started to set up a stove and took out many spices from his cosmos bag to marinate the meat. Then, he leisurely started a fire and started to roast the meat under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. That guy is really going to eat Yu Luo's meat. Why do I feel like I've seen that guy before? Some people in the crowd discussed. The temperament and style of the purple-haired man who had ravaged Yu Luo made many people felt like they knew him. That guy's temper and character are a bit like our young patriarch. In the Desolate Country's lineup, a disciple of the Golden-Winged Rock clan spoke. He does seem to be the president. Within the Desolate Country's lineup, the mysterious Dragon King was also secretly interested. The aroma of the barbecued meat permeated the air, sizzling with the fragrance of oil. Some of the living beings in the surroundings were already secretly drooling. Not to mention the aroma, this was the meat of Yu Luo of the heaven snake race. Eating it would bring them great benefits. However, no one dared to show it. Yu Luo was in the distance, and his gaze was extremely dark and ugly. Yu Luo felt extremely aggrieved as he watched someone else lean on his flesh. He was afraid that anyone who dared to take a bite of his flesh would definitely bear a grudge against them. Come, little brother, your injuries haven't healed yet. Eat more meat to nourish yourself. When the aroma reached its peak, Du Xiaofu tore off half of the meat and gave it to Dugu Fenchen. When did I become your little brother? Dugu Fenchen glared at Du Xiaofu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. However, Dugu Fenchen couldn't resist the aroma of the barbecued meat. He immediately took the meat. Eating Yu Luo's meat would indeed be of great help to his injuries. Don't mind me. I just called you that casually. Du Xiaofu chuckled. Then, he shared the remaining meat with Yelu Han. He strode over, sat down, and began to eat heartily. Yelu Han didn't hold back either. The aroma had already stimulated his appetite. After taking a small bite, his eyes lit up, and he immediately began to eat heartily. Looking at the three people eating Yu Luo's meat without any scruples, the surrounding experts' eyes began to ripple. Why is the fire cloud evil god, Dugu Fenchen, also with those two fellows? With the three of them together, I'm afraid they will be strong competitors on the heavenly Yu Mountain. On the giant rock, people from various major factions whispered softly. After a while, Dugu Fenchen no longer cared about anything. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. There was a blazing aura fluctuation on his body, as if there was lava flowing on the surface of his body. It was extremely mystical. It's not time to completely enter the heavenly Yu Mountain. It seems like we still have to wait for a while, Yelu Han said as he looked at the vast mountain range in the distance. Then let's wait for a while longer. Du Xiaofu said as he swept his gaze across the lineup of famous experts not far away. The Heavenly Snake Clan is very strong. I heard that they have a Saint Stage expert. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. Yelu Han reminded Du Xiaofu. He didn't expect Du Xiaofu to deliberately cause trouble. This Fu Xiaofu had even severely injured Yu Luo of the Heavenly Snake Clan. With the Heavenly Snake Clan's character, they wouldn't let this matter go. The Heavenly Snake Clan better not provoke me again. Their Saint Stage experts can't enter yet. Otherwise, I'll directly roast a whole snake next time. A trace of coldness flashed across Du Xiaofu's face. He didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Snake Clan. Looking at Du Xiaofu's flickering cold face, Yelu Han raised his eyebrows slightly. He swept his gaze across the lineup of legalism not far away and said, the legalism and the dragons are still here. It's better to be careful. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Anyway, we've already started a feud with them. If they want to make a move, they'll make a move no matter what. Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Then, he looked at the mountain range in front of him with a surprised face and said, what kind of existence is this? Why is it so mysterious? Did someone do it on purpose? Or is it a natural wonder? This is the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It's from the ancient times. At that time, there were countless geniuses and supreme experts. Many heroes fought for supremacy. This place is the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Who knows how it was formed? Yelu Han smiled bitterly. A deep smile appeared on his chiseled face and he said, it's said that even if the Heavenly Yu Mountain completely appears, it's not easy to enter. There are mountains and rivers that are dangerous and cannot be climbed. The water is weak and can annihilate all living things. The mountains are thunder mountains that can destroy everything. It seems that it's not easy to enter. However, when the boat reaches the bridge head, everything will be fine. I think there will be a way. Du Xiaofu said. After taking a deep breath, he released his consciousness and searched around. Qingqing, are you here? Du Xiaofu was worried. It was rumored that Dongli Qingqing was near the heavenly Yu mountain. However, there was no news until now. Du Xiaofu withdrew his consciousness and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Yelu Han glanced at Du Xiaofu and Dugu Fenshin, who was recovering from his injuries. Then, he closed his eyes as well. The great battle had ended. The gazes of the surrounding people were somewhat unsatisfied. Then, everything began to calm down. Why hasn't it completely appeared yet? There's no chance now. Many experts want to force their way in. Some returned in a sorry state, while others died. It should be soon. It's too dangerous inside. It's not easy to enter the heavenly Yu mountain. Those big forces and top experts don't dare to barge in recklessly. They don't dare to lower their guard. Although the heavenly Yu mountain has appeared, there are still space seals around it that haven't dissipated. Its power can't be underestimated. Some people whispered in the crowd. Du Xiaofu was resting with his eyes closed. However, these discussions couldn't escape his sharp soul perception. He became more and more worried. Some had already entered the heavenly Yu mountain, some had fled in a sorry state, and some had been completely buried. Dongli and Qing Qing's whereabouts were unknown, and it was unknown if they had entered the mountain. This made Du Xiaofu worried. Time passed slowly. The news of the heavenly Yu mountain had attracted many experts. In addition to those big forces, Du Xiaofu also sensed many extremely obscure and vast auras. Once the heavenly Yu mountain completely appeared, there would be an intense battle. There were also legalism, dragons, and famous people. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be careless. He needed to maintain his peak condition. He closed his eyes and breathed. Time passed quietly. 2 days later, more and more living beings gathered on this plain. The clamor reached the heavens, and it was extremely noisy. However, no one dared to fight for the position near the giant rock in front of them. The experts of the big forces, Kong Sansi, Du Xiaoqing, Heng Luan, Su Yangzi, Lian Qingrong, Jialo Jueyu, Du Xiaoqing, Mo Tianxiao, and the others, all closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. They were waiting for the heavenly Yu mountain to completely appear. As time passed, the outline of the vast mountain range that looked like a world had fallen completely appeared in the void. It was as if it was parallel to the void. The mirage-like illusion disappeared completely and became more and more real. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from behind the void. There were auras that didn't converge much and filled the air, solidifying the void. Such an aura was incomparably sharp. It moved the experts of the big forces on the giant rock. They immediately opened their eyes and looked back. Many figures appeared in the void. They were like rainbows that broke through the sky and appeared on the plain like lightning. Boom, the space trembled invisibly. The light faded, and a large group of figures appeared. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a wretched face. However, he had a natural charm. 18 invisible energy auras fluctuated around him. The 18 tall men were like 18 javelins in the sky. Any one of them gave people the feeling of a ferocious beast. They were sharp, and bloodthirsty. There were also many other figures. Among them, there was no lack of handsome young figures. The desolate country's 18 heavenly generals. The sacred array child Jin Qingchen. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. When such a group of people suddenly appeared, they were immediately stunned. Among the groups of legalism, famed scholars, and dragons, some of them had ugly expressions. They immediately became gloomy. The Buddhists didn't look too good either, especially Heng Luan and the others. When they were in front of the Supreme Tomb, the Buddhists' 18 Reapers formation was broken by the 18 Heavenly Beast Holy Slaughter formation of the 18 Heavenly Generals. They're here too. Du Xiaofu smiled. He met his big brothers Jin Qingchen and Yi Piaoling on the way. Other than them, there was also Wei Jiejia of the Wei family and some disciples of the desolate country. Chapter 1928. Brother Qing Chun, Yi Piaoling, Qian Gu Yu, Shi Tu, we're here. In the formation of the desolate country and the golden-winged rock, Du Shaoqing was pleasantly surprised when she saw the group of figures in the sky. Zhen Qing Chun, Yi Piaoling, and the others looked down and landed with smiles on their faces. Rumble, suddenly, the air trembled, and the silhouette of the mountain range in front of them emitted a shocking aura. Rumble, there were distortions in the air, and there were also surging spiritual qi gushing over like waves. The wave-like spirit energy swept over and spread in the air. The eyes of the people on the plain quietly turned red, and even their breathing became hurried. On the huge rock, the slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Waves of aura fluctuated, and light overflowed. Du Shaofu narrowed his eyes and looked at the distorted space. The vast silhouette of the mountain range fell to the ground as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens, bringing with it surging spirit energy in spatial fluctuations. It was like a suppressed volcano that was crazily erupting. Boom! The space trembled like the sound of the heavens. The silhouette of the mountain range completely fell at the end of the plain. It was lush green, with towering trees stretching into the sky. Clouds and mist drifted, and the spirit energy was oppressive. It was as if the door to a new world had suddenly opened. The heavenly Yu mountain has completely appeared. The moment the vast mountain range completely fell, the eyes of the people on the plain were already red. After waiting for so long, the heavenly Yu mountain had finally completely appeared. Go in quickly. Low and greedy voices came out from their throats. Many people and beasts immediately rushed towards the mountain range. Swoosh swoosh, many figures soared into the sky, their auras erupting. There were beasts that covered the sky, and it was extremely shocking. However, Du Shaofu, Dugu Fenchen, who had recovered a lot, and Yelu Han did not move. The disciples of the great forces on the huge rock also did not move. They were still nervously watching. Chi la la, save me, ah, suddenly, the earth-shattering figures soared into the sky. Before they even got close to the mountain range, several figures fell from the sky. Some ferocious birds flapped their wings and even shattered space, but they still fell from the sky involuntarily. Then, they let out miserable cries. Retreat quickly, one figure after another retreated in panic. Some of them were already too late, falling down one after another. Those who were stronger and those who were at the back fled in a sorry state. This scene shocked everyone, but it also allowed the living beings who were watching to breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at the numerous living beings who were fleeing pathetically at the edge of the mountain range and heard countless screams and wails. They secretly rejoiced. A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. They are greedy but don't have the strength to back it up. They deserve to be unlucky. Dugu Fenchen said indifferently. His body immediately rushed forward after his voice sounded. Let's go and take a look. Yelu Han waved his hand. His body turned into a rainbow, filled with killing intent as he flew towards the mountain range in front of him. At the same time, the experts on the surrounding boulders and the people from the major forces also moved. Their figures turned into afterimages as they flew towards the mountain range. Du Shaofu's eyes slightly raised as he followed closely behind Yelu Han and Dugu Fenchen. Numerous figures instantly appeared in the sky before the mountain range. Only then did they realize that there was a vast river in front of the mountain range. The giant river was no less than 10,000 feet wide. At the end of the river was a vast mountain range. The huge silhouette of the mountain range was like a monstrous ancient beast that was hibernating, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Du Shaofu, Dugu Fenchen, and Yelu Han also stopped in the sky with the others. Their faces were secretly shocked. At this moment, the vast river was filled with white bones. It looked like a giant river made of bones. All kinds of huge beast bones and human skeletons floated on the river, rippling slightly, but not flowing. Quite a few creatures had fallen into the river, and at this moment, they seemed to have turned into white bones in an instant. The giant river of bones had obviously always existed. Although there were many creatures that had died, it was definitely not enough to fill up the river. The sea of bones was lifeless, giving people a bone-chilling feeling just by looking at it. This is the weak water, it can annihilate all life. It can't be crossed. Looking at the giant river of bones, Yelu Han spoke. His expression also changed. This vast river of bones was densely packed with white bones. It was unknown how many creatures had died since ancient times. Coo, suddenly, a cry resounded. A huge feathered bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its entire body was covered in dazzling light as if it was wrapped in fog. This feathered bird was an expert that had reached the great domain realm. It flapped its wings and distorted the void. It wanted to cross the weak water bone river. However, just as the feathered bird crossed the weak water bone river, its body suddenly trembled violently as if it had encountered something terrifying. Its fierce pupils shrank and its body began to fall. Coo, the feathered bird roared loudly. Its great domain realm aura erupted, shattering the void. However, it was useless. The weak water didn't even ripple and it fell directly. No, but in the end, the feathered bird despaired. Its voice was filled with sorrow and despair. Its body fell into the weak water bone river, finally causing the water to ripple. The weak water bone river submerged the feathered bird. Then, a huge skeleton emerged. There wasn't a trace of flesh. The white bones were eerie and emitted a terrifying light. A great domain realm beast race expert was instantly killed, and he was reduced to a pile of white bones just like that. Countless creatures in the surroundings were shocked, their hair standing on end. It's really terrifying. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and his heart was in turmoil. The weak water bone river was too strange. Du Xiaofu was also increasingly worried about Dongli Qingqing. If Dongli Qingqing had already entered the Heavenly Yu Mountain, could she cross the weak water bone river? Coo, while Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, suddenly, a rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks, stirring the hearts of people. Many golden-winged rocks suddenly appeared in mid-air. They flapped their wings and covered the sky. Golden light shone brightly. Waves of ferocious aura spread out, blocking the Xian Qi in one's body and making one's soul tremble. Those golden-winged rocks occupied the void, making people feel fearful and overwhelmed with emotions. Let's go. A golden-winged rocks flew across the sky, carrying many desolate nation disciples on their backs. They flapped their wings and crossed, causing ripples in the weak water. Under countless astonished gazes, the golden-winged rocks crossed the Ruo Shui Bone River one after another. The terrifying weak water didn't seem to have much effect on them. Oh my God! The surrounding creatures trembled and were inexplicably shocked. The golden-winged rocks could cross the weak water Bone River. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.